Good morning, everybody. Just a minute, the whip is a problem. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council Whip. Can I ask your attention for the Executive Mayor and Executive Deputy Mayor, please? Thank you very much. You all may be seated. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to our first council meeting for 2025. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome everybody that is present and also the members of the public and special guests who are joining us virtually this morning. This morning, Council have the honor of welcoming in our midst Pastor Leon Prinsloo. He is a local pastor from Mossel Bay. He is the head pastor of the Green Haven Church in Mossel, in Great Break River, which is part of Mossel Bay for the AFM. He has been very much involved in the church sector as the chairperson of the region and serving alongside also Pastor Aubrey Benjamin, who sadly passed on during the course of the week. It is Council's honor to then have him opening the first council meeting. Pastor, I would like to hand over to you to officially open the council meeting this morning. Thank you very much.
Goeiemôre almal. Good morning to everybody. I greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus. Ek wil van die geleentheid gebruik maak om vanoggend welkom te sê aan die agbare burgemeester, raadsheer Kotse, agbare speaker, raadsdame Venolia Fortuin, agbare onderburgemeester, raadsheer Cliffy Beyman, en die agbare waarnemende munisipale bestuurder, mevrou Annette Potgieter. Ek is baie dankbaar vir die voorreg om vanoggend hier 'n paar woorde te sê by die eerste vergadering. Agbare lede van die burgemeesterskomitee, geagte lede van die stadsraad en alle amptenare teenwoordig, alle ander belanghebbendes en gaste teenwoordig, ook die wat virtual ingeskakel is. Die skriflesing wat ek vanoggend hier wil bring, vind ons in Jeremia 29:11. Jeremia 29:11. Ek weet wat ek vir julle beplan het, sê die Here. Ek beplan vir julle in hierdie raad voorspoed en nie teëspoed nie. Ek wil hê dat julle hoop vir die toekoms moet hê. Dan in Psalm 139, die eerste vers sê, Here, U deurgrond en U ken my. Ek wil vanoggend die storie begin deur aan u te vertel van 'n seun wat gaan stap het op die strand. En terwyl hy stap op die strand, toe bevind hy hom waar 'n klomp klein haitjies, die klein haie gespoel het op die strand. En dit was nogal baie. En hy het gedink, wat sal hy maak met hierdie haitjies, want van hulle, dit lyk hulle lewe nog. En hy het by homself gedink, ek dink wat ek gaan doen, ek gaan maar begin ingooi van die haitjies, sodat as hulle in die water kom, dat daar lewe kan wees. En hy het begin ingooi en Seker die hele halwe dag is hy daar besig, toe kom daar nog 'n stapper verby. En hy vra vir hom, waarmee is jy hier besig? En hy sê, hy is besig om die haitjies net weer lewe te gee. En die stapper sê vir hom, ja, jy gaan nie ver kom nie, want daar's 'n klomp van hulle wat dit nie gaan maak nie. Hy sê, hy weet hulle gaan dit nie maak nie. Maar wat hy wel vir hom kan sê, is hy het gedink, die wat hy in die water kry, gaan weer lewe. En die man het ook toe my later probeer om te help, en hulle het die haitjies ingegooi, en hulle het 'n bietjie lewe gegee aan hulle. Ek moet vandag vir ons agbare burgemeester en die speaker sê, en al die lede teenwoordig, die werk wat ons het is 'n ondankbare taak. En is nie al die mense wat dankbaar is nie. Maar ek wil vir u vra, dat u asseblief in u taak, u beste sal lewer. Daar's maar baie kritisie buitekant, en mense is nie dankbaar nie. Maar ek vra vir u is geroep in hierdie taak, want die Here wil vir julle seën as 'n raad. As ons mekaar help, dan kan ons 'n beter, groter Mosselbaai hê. Iemand het 'n lied geskryf, if I can help somebody as I travel along, if I can help somebody with a word of song, if I can help somebody from doing wrong, then my living shall not be in vain. Ons is geroep vir 'n sekere tyd, in 'n sekere seisoen, so laat ons beste gee. Daar's nie, ek het in die begin vir u gesê, daar's nie baie dankies nie. Daar's altyd mense wat kla, en laat ek vandag vir u sê, ter afsluiting van hierdie boodskap hê. Daar's soms mense wat jy goed voordoen in jou wijk. Daar's mense wat jy goed voordoen, en dan is daar nog mense wat nie tevrede is nie. Ek wil vir u vra, skep moed. God het 'n plan vir hierdie raad. God het 'n plan vir 2025. Kom ek sê vir u van die plan van Psalm 139, die een vers, en hiermee sluit ek af. Psalm 139 wat sê, Here, u deurgrond my, en u ken my. Want die plan van God is al lankal uitgewerk. Kan ek 'n amen kry hierso? Die plan van God is lankal vir jou, daar waar jy nou sit, is lankal uitgewerk. En mense kan maar jaloers of afgunstig of lelik is met jou. God se plan is lankal uitgewerk. Ek sluit af en sê vir u, as die Here dan vir my en vir u geken het voordat ons nog gebore was, dan sal hy sy plan uitvoer. Al praat mense wat, en al sê mense wat, al is die kritisie hoe hoog, God se plan was lankal vir jou uitgewerk. Nou, as jy nou wil hê die Here moet nou sy plan laat deurkom, dan wil ek vir u sê, niemand kan God se mindset verander oor jou nie. Want sy plan is lankal vir hierdie stadsraad, vir hierdie seisoen, vir hierdie datum van vandag. Agbare burgemeester, is God se plan al uitgewerk. En ons verwag verlede jaar was goed, maar hierdie jaar gaan nog beter wees. The best is yet to come. My God bless you. Kom ons bid saam. Vader, dankie vir u pragtige woord. U woord wat vir ons so 'n bemoediging is. U woord wat ons vanoggend help dat ons beter kinders van God te wees. Ons bid vir die groter Mosselbaai. Elke dorpie wat val onder Mosselbaai Municipality. Here, hierdie raad het goed gedoen oor die jare. En ons weet, hierdie jaar gaan nog beter wees. Ek seën vandag al die huisgesinne in ons opvanggebied. Ek sien al die huisgesinne in hierdie raad. Ek sien vanoggend ons burgemeester, die hele raad, ook die gaste wat by hierdie vergadering is. Ons bid u goddelike seën oor elkeen af, as ek dit bid in Jesus se naam, en al die kinders van die Here sê amen. God bless you. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Leon, for sharing the scripture and placing counsel this morning. I can confirm that we are God-fearing counsel, and we acknowledge that without Jesus we are nothing, and whatever we do in serving our community remains the foundation. Nou, Pastor Leon is wel bekend in Mossel Bay. U sal weet, hy het vir bitter baie jare die begrafnisonderneming dienste gehad. Nou, as kind, as ons in die pad was, en pastoor wy, dan was mens bietjie skrikkerig, want as hy met een vinger wy, dan sit nou jou teken. As hy vir jou peace gee met twee, dan sit ook 'n teken, maar as hy 'n volle hand gee, dan hol ons huis toe. Pastor, thank you for serving the community. I would like to invite you to join our council meeting, should your schedule permit to do so, but I also understand that people like yourself has got a great deal of work in the community, and that you probably are very much busy. So you're more than welcome to also excuse yourself and attend to your own program for the day, but you're also welcome to join and take a seat in the gallery. May God bless you, and may God bless the work of your hands. Thank you. We will now wait for the Executive Deputy Mayor to take his seat, and then we will formally proceed. Do we have Ronel here? We don't have Ronel here, the sign language interpreter. She's not here today. All right. Executive Mayor Alderman Kotze, Executive Deputy Mayor Alderman Bayman, all the members of council, our acting Director Potgieter, all the directors present in the council meeting, our support staff, members from the various departments, and the public who are joining, guests that is present this morning from the public joining us sitting in the gallery, to everybody who is joining us virtually. A special welcome in particular to the Public Management N6 class from South Cape College. They are part of this meeting. They have requested for the class to join, but unfortunately the council chambers does not permit that. They are too big of a group. But they're excited, and they've been online since 8 o'clock this morning, our students from our very own town, and I'm happy to welcome them and to wish them well, and I do believe that you will be able to take something in learning from what a council meeting and the business of a municipality is all about. So welcome to the class. And then we would also like then to welcome the Office of the AG, who will later on be doing a presentation. To our interpreter Matthews, who is present, warm welcome Matthews. To Julian, our tech guru, who is assisting everybody. Thank you for ensuring that the council meeting will run smoothly this morning. We then, at the apologies, our attendance register is circulating. Kind request to please sign so that we can record the attendance of council members. Applications for leave of absence on Roman 3. Formal apology for Councillor Gous from the ACDP. She's unfortunately out of town and she's not joining virtually, so her application has been granted. And then our municipal manager who is still on leave, and we've got a very competent acting who is this morning sitting next to me. Is there any other apologies? Full house. None from the administration,
None.
None. Thank you very much. We then move to Roman 4 on our agenda. It is the disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 7, Code of Conduct for Councillors in terms of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 2000. Is there any councillor who wishes to disclose interest on the items on the agenda? Please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'd like to disclose on item E31. I will be excusing myself as I assisted the charity on a pro bono basis. I would therefore ask to be excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. That is absolutely noted. Councillor Kutsia, you may proceed. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, good morning. I would like to please be excused for the following 3 items. The first item is E31. As a practice, we give back to the community, and we've assisted this childcare facility on a pro bono basis. The next item is E3902. This is an application with no relation to myself, but on a client that applied. Then the next item is E56, when I was appointed architect a long time before I became a councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. We note that you will be excusing yourself for those 3 items. Any other councillor? None. We move. Thank you very much. Roman 5. Disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2, Section 5, the Code of Conduct for Officials of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000. Acting is there any official who needs to disclose interest on the agenda?
None, Speaker.
None. The confirms. Thank you very much. We move. We are at Roman 6, the confirmation and signing of our previous council minutes. Minutes of the special council meeting that was held on Thursday, the 18th of November 2024, for folio numbers 25668 to 2572. Can I please ask for a proposer and a second in terms of taking cognizance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the item.
Thank you, Alderman Delamain. Do we have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Any corrections or discussions from those minutes? None. We move. Minutes open council meeting held on Thursday, 28th of November 2024, with folio numbers 25728 to 3055. Can I please ask for a proposal for council to take cognizance and a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I will propose. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain. Any corrections or discussions from that minutes? None. We move. Minutes of the special council meeting that was held on Thursday, the 10th of December 2024, with folio numbers 30558 to 3088. Can I please ask for a proposal and a seconder for council to take cognizance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the item.
Alderman Delamain proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Councillor van Dijk will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Any questions, corrections? Nothing from the minutes? We move. Thank you very much. Minutes of the special council meeting held on Thursday, the 30th of January 2025, with folio numbers 30888 to 102. Can I have a proposal and a seconder for council to take cognizance?
I will propose, Madam Speaker. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain, thank you very much. Any discussion, questions, corrections from those minutes? None. We move. Thank you very much. Roman 7 on our agenda. Cognizance of the executive mayors and deputy executive mayors resolutions in terms of the delegated authority as provided for in section 591A of the Act on the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000. Items before council, FC 1 to FC 11. G1 to G7, CS1 to CS11, items PE1 to PE23, items T1 to T7, items CG1 to CG7, items E12 to E13, and then UB serving 88 to UB7 for 2025. Can I please have a proposer for council to take cognizance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose all these items.
Alderman Delamain proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker. Councillor van Dijk.
Councillor van Dijk, thank you very much for seconding. Any questions from those items? Corrections? Discussions? None, we move. Thank you. Roman 8 on our agenda, cognizance of the municipal manager's resolutions in terms of the delegated authority as per Council Resolution E215 of 08-2024 as provided for in Section 591A of the Act on Local Government. It's the Municipal System Structures Act. Items before Council, GM90 to GM4. GM90 from 2024 to GM4 till 2025. Proposer and a seconder, please.
Proposing Councillor van Dijk, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain seconding. Any questions from the items of the municipal manager? None from council. We move. Thank you very much. We are then at the communications of the Executive Mayor, Alderman Coetzee, and it's my honor to hand over the council meeting to our mayor to address us. Thank you very much.
Speaker, thank you very much, and good morning to all the colleagues and guests, administration, acting MM, and then also the students online. It's good to have everybody here. I want to start our State of the Municipality address with a vote of thanks. Thank you to our residents for the trust placed in our beautiful Mossel Bay, our council and the administration. Thank you for your investment in our town, for choosing to make Mossel Bay our home, and for building a life here for your family. Mossel Bay is well known as the fastest growing municipal area in the Western Cape and can rightly boast being one of the leading municipalities in the country, trusted for service delivery excellence. This would not be possible without the support of our community, our administration, and every employee and contractor working to serve our community with diligence and care. And Pastor Leon, with that, I will also want to include our faith-based leaders and various other partners that we collaborate with. While today we have more residents to cater for than 10 years ago, this municipality can pride itself on a stable administration with personnel who truly live the service excellence ethos. Our employees' efficiency is supported by our equal competent municipal executive leadership. Starting the new year with new beginnings, and it's been my honor to open 2 days ago the Garden Walk Mall that is set to open in I think March 2026. Members of the Mayoral Committee joined me on Tuesday at the auspicious occasion that was also blessed by some very welcome rain, indicative of the growth and progress to be expected from these young developers. It was quite interesting that the majority of the developers were quite young, Speaker.
That's good.
Indeed. In the first week back at office, I was also very fortunate to join the official opening of the first day of King's College when I attended their pioneer gathering at the school's premises at Otanikwas Bos. This private initiative will help address the need for quality education opportunities in our growing town, and as we speak, we're also aware of a second private school that is busy with planning to open quite soon. During a touching ceremony where inspiring words of hope and commitment were shared, the twinning agreement between the Mossel Bay Municipality and Keetmanshoop Municipality from Namibia was signed on 5 February 2025. This agreement is a historic occasion during which a leading town from a neighboring SADC country forged formal ties with Mossel Bay. Then Mossel Bay as a leading tourist destination. Earlier this month, Mossel Bay was recognized by Lightstone Properties as South Africa's leading tourist destination for the 24-25 festive year. This is once again proof that Mossel Bay Municipality succeeds in setting a high bar for dedicated service excellence and inclusive service delivery. Mossel Bay has so much to be proud of. To boot Great Brock River as part of the Mossel Bay Municipality was placed second in the same survey. So we're quite proud of the fact that we are at this stage the #1 and actually also the #2 tourist destination. And the Western Cape Provincial Minister of Agricultural Affairs and Sport, Ricardo Mackenzie, was in Mossel Bay this month to hand over a cheque of 500,000 to the Point Discovery Centre in support of promoting the World Heritage status of the Pinnacle Point Caves that was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site on July 2026. As a municipality, we are particularly proud also of the success of the Ironman 70.3, in which we've invested per year 2 million rand. And by way of return on investment, independent research indicates that the event injected 50 million rand into the local economy. And I can just mention the fact that the Ironman has got this strategy where they've got a independent research team that normally gives feedback after each event. Based on that, this council decided to rather invest into the Ironman as an event rather than the Dias Festival that we had for many years, but obviously we were not sure what the return of investment was, basically for the same investment. Mossel Bay was also rated tops as a destination of choice by the more than 2,500 athletes at their supporters for the second year running. Mossel Bay Tourism Route 12 initiative is also a fantastic new addition to the marketing endeavors that highlights the diversity of Mossel Bay's cultural, art and food. Mossel Bay Tourism, chaired by Alderman Mark Furness, have had several successes with their marketing excellence, most notably that our cruise liners increased from only a few years ago from 4 to 29 this year. Other municipalities budget to attract events to their town, and in Mossel Bay, to the contrary, only invests in only a few events that come to our town, and we still what's the word that I'm looking for? Despite of the fact that we only invest only mainly in the Ironman and in very few other of these events coming to our town. As I've mentioned, other towns budget for events to come to their town. We are very fortunate of the fact that only last year we had more than 100 events that took place in our town. For that reason, as we're all aware as councillors, we've established an events committee, and I want to thank that committee for the hard work we've seen this year. I think we're also going to have at least 100 or more, and I'll touch a bit more just on events now. But at this stage, I want to thank Director Nell and her team for all the work in the background. Obviously, all the other departments also give their input, and various other departments like Director Naidu. Over the weekend, we've got a Western Cape Life-Saving Championship once again on the beach, and also for his department, amongst others, for the energy supply from Director Nell, the beach cleaning, opening of the facilities, and so on. So it's a team effort, and I want to thank all our staff who's also willing to go above and beyond that we can host these events. Then just a few examples of events taking place is South Africa's Shore Angling Association, which returned to Mossel Bay this time with the national championship. Soon our beautiful town will host the World Championship qualifier event for the African continent from 7 to 10 April 2025 at the Mossel Bay Squash Club, with 24 players from Egypt, said to be the best squash players in the world, players from Namibia, Nigeria and South Africa. The winner of this event will proceed to the 2025 World Championship, an event worth $1 million of prize money, and I can just reiterate that it's not our municipality sponsoring that money. Mr. Jean-Pierre Brits, a former South African national champion and Eden Squash Vice President, recently moved from Gauteng to Mossel Bay and is instrumental in promoting the sport locally in the Eden District and in the Western Cape. He visited my office last year and we are cooperating with him to develop the sport in Mossel Bay. The Eden District has already hosted 2 professional squash association tournaments in 2025, namely the George Open and the Mossel Bay Dyers Open. Both these events saw the best players in South Africa as well as the few international players participate in our beautiful town. Mr. Brits was also the tournament director of the Cape Town Open, which took place at the end of November and saw the top 20 ranked players that partook there. In 26, we will host the Growth Point Jarvis Cup, the most prestigious squash tournament on the Squash South African calendar. This event will bring approximately 250 players to Eden for a week-long event. Then let's turn more to municipal service delivery. Waste removal, while Mossel Bay is often lauded as for its neatness and well-cared appearance, there remains challenges in some of our more densely populated communities. To ensure service excellence, waste removal takes place twice a week in most of these and in our rural communities. Going forward, the municipality intends to implement a buyback system to assist communities with their waste management and assist waste pickers to profit from their effort. And we will communicate more on this pilot project that we're going to roll out. Then in terms of cleaning, while we are renowned for our well-functioning and clean town, one cannot negate that our image as a well-functioning town comes at a cost. And in my newsletter, I will elaborate and break down the costs, but I worked it out and roughly only on cleaning services, currently 51 million rand a year has been spent. And we want to thank Director Nell once again for her and her team, the work that's taking place there. Then Mossel Bay is also recognized internationally for our cleanliness, and the independent researchers reported on the social and economical impact of the Ironman 70.3 that in terms of host city cleanliness, Mossel Bay scored tops at 97%, where the global average is 85%. So this is really, really something to be very proud of. While this is an Ironman statistic of which we can all be very proud, we urge residents to manage waste and support our efforts to keep our town clean and tidy. So we're spending a lot of money, colleagues, but that's money that we can spend towards other services, because we know that there's no need for us to go and clean twice in some areas if our community work with us. That is the belief, but at this stage we do deliver that service, but I am of the belief that it is something that we can possibly, hopefully, with the assistance of our residents in future, be able to cut. Then change management and talent management. Benjamin Franklin said that the only certain things in life were death and taxes. Someone added that change is as certain as death and taxes. Our vision remains to be a trend-setting, dynamic municipality that delivers quality services. The political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal dynamics within our environment, however, change constantly, impacting on the way we work or works towards achieving our vision. The municipality operates within the limits of available resources, requiring innovative solutions to maintain our iconic service standards. This will inevitably require changes to processes, systems, and policies. Technology offers fascinating solutions, and it may in fact be more cost-effective to automate processes and implement digital solutions than to increase the municipal staff establishment. However, this might require reskilling, adjusting to new ways of doing, and moving out of existing comfort zones. Then in terms of the Louis Fourie upgrade, Mossel Bay Municipality thanks the Western Cape Government's Infrastructure Department for the Louis Fourie upgrade, the largest provincial infrastructure initiative in our area. It entails the section of Trunk Road 33 from Beach Boulevard West to Garrett Street and is designed to improve traffic flow in our rapidly expanding town. Construction commenced on 28 July 2022 and despite difficulties is set to be completed in 2026. Considering the customary heavy daily traffic flow it is no easy task for local contractor Ensa Hendra to rebuild the road while in daily use. The provincial government is investing approximately 400 million rand to upgrade the Louis Fourie Road infrastructure into the Louis Fourie infrastructure into work that entails, amongst other things, a new N2 off-ramp at 5, that's the road to Alwendal, 5 Brackefontein Road, the upgrading of intersections and the construction of a central median. The exit of the N2, the Longerberg Mall, is being changed to facilitate and ease the heavy traffic flow. I can maybe just mention at this point that it's been, as they work, unfortunately, they detect some services at times that they were not aware of. Obviously, some of the infrastructure very old. I can also at this stage maybe do communicate that it's not in my speech, but there is a frustration between us as politicians and the communication from province's side because we feel that that is lacking, and this information does get communicated at the PLC meetings. Unfortunately, many members and institutions that's invited in town does not attend these meetings where all the information is being shared. So I spoke with Councillor Kutsia yesterday, who's one of the members, and I think from our side, politically, what we can ask is for that minutes maybe to get distributed to us, and that we maybe communicate that politically, not from the administrative side, because at the beginning of the project, we mentioned that we are willing to, on each and every Friday, communicate what's going on. And province were not keen for that, and they said, but they will handle the communications. But at this stage, it is a serious concern and frustration. One instance is the discovery of a bulk pipeline that is running at the intersection that they're currently working at. And they've been now, that pipeline must now be moved. And for them to move, they must work in the transport servitude. So many letters has gone to them, and unfortunately, obviously another frustration, no feedback has been received at this stage from Transnet, the railway services, and obviously at this stage, that pipeline cannot be moved, and that is obviously one of the reasons why we see that the project is lagging at that intersection. So that's just one example, and obviously, the community are not aware of these reasons and frustrations, and I think they will be more comfortable if we can proactively communicate that. We've asked for better communications, but since it's not forthcoming as we would like to see it, my suggestion will be that we start distributing that minutes of that meetings politically. So then, the crime on Louis Fourie Road, municipalities shares the residents' concern about recent criminal elements or incidents on Louis Fourie Road, especially in the Blue Waters area. Crime prevention and control remains the mandate and responsibility of the South African Police Service. As a responsible local government, the municipality underscores effective partnerships, as I've started with, aimed at economic growth and development and a good environment just to stay in, which obviously is a safe environment. The South African Police Services is a valuable partner that can rely on the municipality's support to foster a safer environment for all our communities. Everyone is aware that the South African Police Services are challenged with infrastructure and especially also with the availability of personnel. Everyone also realizes the need for a safe environment for our local economy to be able to grow, for us to create jobs, and for people to live in harmony. The careful and effective coordination of information to apply joint capabilities for greater impact to the countermeasures against crime is a primary function of the Joint Operations Center, also known as the JOC. For this very reason, a meeting was recently held with interested and representatives of affected parties to discuss concerns regarding criminal incidents on Louis Fourie Road and possible solutions. Contrary to populist disinformation often spread online, many of the services provided by the JOC are funded by the provincial government and not necessarily the ratepayers. I'm not going to say that we are not spending ratepayers' money towards the JOC, because we are. And obviously that is part of the, not of the solution, it is part of the solution to collaborate, but part of the challenge, as we're going to discuss the budget just now. More national functions that is ineffective becomes our problem, and the residents expect of us to assist them with that problems or challenges. As we've seen in our IDPs, and we know that safety has been a top concern for all our residents. So for that reason, we embarked on the project to see how we can assist the South African Police Services and our residents. Although in terms of the Constitution of South Africa, safety is not a mandate of the municipality. Our mandate is traffic and to have law enforcement officers that, that implement and police municipal bylaws, which is obviously building control bylaws and so forth. We don't have other bylaws in this municipality where we can catch thieves that break into houses and so on. Obviously there's a difference, and it's important that we understand that. And it's also important that this community of Mossel Bay do not have the money to pay for services that is already supposed to be rendered by national government. We already pay taxes for that. So yes, we spend money towards assisting, which we should not, but our residents expect from us to do something. But continuously we are putting our budget more and more under pressure. And then all of us, ons is verbaas of, yeah, I don't know how to say it. We cannot believe it when we say that our budget is continuously becoming more and more under pressure. And one of the reasons, there's more, but one of them obviously is the fact that we need to invest into areas which is not our core competency. And yes, finances do mention it regularly. This is not our core competency, but we do spend money on that. So we know that we're doing the wrong thing by trying to do the right thing. But that doesn't mean that we are now the South African Police Services, colleagues. That doesn't mean that each and everything that happens in our town that's supposed to be assisted by the South African Police Services, crime, murder, people being attacked, that is not the function of a municipality. And it's clear that we communicate that, because it seems as if everybody do not understand that. Communication going out that our dogs are illegal. Our dogs are there to assist the South African Police Services, and that has been cleared out with the legal department of the South African Police Services. Once again, yes, you're quite right, it's not our job. You're quite right. But the police understand that we are trying to assist them, and for that reason, they've signed documents, legal agreements, that our municipality, as in few other municipalities in the Western Cape, that we can assist the South African Police Services. So that's where we stand. So nowhere, and obviously our Constitution does not allow it. We're a creature of statute. We cannot just take more powers onto ourselves. But we say yes, we cannot, but we can be a partner, and we can assist our colleagues. So I just wanted to mention that, colleagues, and I want to thank Councillor Leon van Dijk for the efforts that he's doing and putting in, and the other colleagues, even our ward councillors. I know that we are continuously under stresses and strains and challenges, but yeah, we are trying, and we're trying to assist, but the total solution is not in this chambers, and we simply don't have the money for it. That's the cruel reality. And that is actually, yeah, it's very negative to think about it, but that does not stop us from trying, and that's what we should keep on doing. So despite the uncertainties related to, amongst other things, the ongoing economic recession, the energy crisis, the ever-growing unemployment rate exacerbated by the national fiscus and monetary policies, our attitude has consistently been to approach each challenge as an opportunity to do things differently in the best interest of our community. In 2024, Mossel Bay Municipality received the accolade as the most financial sustainable municipality in South Africa, along with Midvaal Municipality in Gauteng from the renowned ratings agency Ratings Africa. However, recent shifts in global and national affairs have exacerbated an already tenuous economy and placed immense financial strain on national, provincial and local governments. It's not only us, and it's not only this municipality that's experiencing constraints. We've seen at the province, everybody know about the 2,500 teachers that there's no money to pay them for. Now, who want to cut a teacher's salary or remove teachers when we know how important education is? The reason for that is because there's no money. That's the reason. It's not that we're heartless. And that's why there's also a huge fight currently about the tax, because our residents, they're overburdened in terms of taxes. We pay 11 kind of different taxes in this country. In other first world countries, they pay sometimes a bit more tax, VAT. But then it's basically almost VAT that they're paying. So you can argue, yes, VAT can be higher. But in our country, we already pay various taxes. And we can see in the fiscus that, and in terms of the funding that we receive from national and from provincial, that we're under stress. So currently 25% of our annual budget goes towards employee costs. Nationally, the norm is 35%. So this percentage difference allows for limited scope to manage tariffs increase for our ratepayers. So this is one. There's other costs as well, but this is only one cost that I wanted to communicate and stand still at, because our town is growing at a rapid rate. And at this stage, our staff complement is one of the lowest in South Africa, because the norm is around about 35%. Due to the fact that our budget is under stress, we will not be able to employ more staff, and that's why we need to look at AI and other options. But we must thank at this stage our administration for the work, and the work that's actually getting harder and more without more people. So that's why I just wanted to highlight this, and I wanted to thank them once again for the fact, for the work that they're doing, and that's also why it's so important that we focus on our HR department and on change management as well. Then on our liquidity, lots been said in the media, and I just want to also maybe say a few words about that. There's only 4 factors affecting liquidity calculations negatively or positively, and these are as follow. Tariff setting. So incorrect tariff setting can put a strain on the available cash. This has not been the case, as a process of caution and deliberate budgeting was followed with considered and affordability for consumers. It is, however, noted that the affordability for municipal services is increasingly becoming more strenuous for ratepayers and residents, as it is evident that more people take longer to pay their utility bills or simply cannot afford to pay their bills. This will have to be seriously considered while we're compiling our 25-26 budget. The second factor is the funding of the budget. The shortage before recognition of capital grant funding is the main contributing element. This is viewed in a serious light, and the matter is receiving the most dedicated attention of our budget steering committee. The third factor is the operating expense aligned with the operating revenue. We have long anticipated the negative effect of Eskom's load shedding, the effect that it would have on the municipality's capital budget. As you can remember, colleagues, for many months, actually almost 2 years, a huge part of the community fought myself and the administration and various colleagues because we insisted on keeping on some of our substations. As you will be aware, we were very fortunate that one of our main substations stayed on because of Petro SA. And we fought. I mean, the community took us to NERSA. Hulle het ons gaan aankla, because we tried to keep the energy on so that we could retain and remain energy sales. But the community fought us. And yes, we understood that it's because people are frustrated because their energy is off and the others is on, and they said it's unfair. And we said, yes, it's unfair. We agree with that. But the fact is, this is not a decision about fairness. This is a rands and cents decision. That's why we did it. That's why we tried for as long as possible until Eskom hulle het gedreig gaan ons krag kom afsit themselves. So up to then, we resisted the complaints, but it was for financial reasons. So over the past year, purchases from Eskom has increased by 65.8 million rand, but our sales of electricity increased with 32.3 million rand, by only 32.3 million rand. So this resulted in a 33.5 million rand deficit. The lack of income from electricity sales is a tendency all municipalities across South Africa experience. And we were one of the very few fortunate ones that could maintain our sales at that stage. What traditionally has been the prominent income, so energy has traditionally been the prominent income of local government, and that's dwindling significantly in all municipalities. The municipality's energy losses have increased also. That's another problem, and that's actually factor 4 is energy losses. The municipality's energy losses have increased by 3% year on year. The year to date, July to January, electricity losses are estimated at 17.5%, which is 3.5% more than the correlating period for the previous financial year. Now, colleagues, this means that doesn't mean that we are not doing anything. We are. Otherwise, I think it would have been more. But at this stage, it's important that we refocus and focus harder on energy theft. On the one hand, I must also say there's not only energy theft in specific areas. We find that you find it all over town. But I think the other reason for theft increasing is because people cannot afford it. So we all know the affordability challenge of Eskom. So despite the cost involved, the municipality invested in solar alternatives to limit the effect of energy losses on key infrastructure and to secure ongoing service delivery of important infrastructure when Eskom does not supply electricity. This investment will over time provide a handsome return on investment for ratepayers, where sustainable service delivery can be guaranteed. And we are very proud of the project we're currently rolling out at the north side of Mossel Bay, large solar plant. And Director Naidoo, I think what's the date of completion on that project?
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, the one at Artenbos wastewater treatment works, we're expecting to complete around September, October this year.
Thank you very much, Director Naidoo. That is one of the larger projects that we're currently busy with. Obviously, we're planning and busy with other alternatives as well. But at this stage, that will take that specific storage work off the grid, even if there's long times of load shedding. And then the other project later on will be at the water service, the water reticulation or the water works at Kleinbrak River. And the idea is to work towards sustainable bulk infrastructure services or critical services during prolonged periods of load shedding. Once again, the municipality urges energy consumers to limit peak hour energy, colleagues, because it's also very important that our ratepayers are paying a flat rate for energy. At this stage, one of our challenges is the fact that the municipality is paying considerably more when our energy usage goes up during peak hours. So it's important that we communicate that also to our residents, that we should, at peak hours, try to not use energy. Because the fact is that we pay a lot more during these peak times for our energy. And unfortunately, that is also very detrimental to our finances. And if we will not be able to put a handle on that, we will have no other option than also to reconsider restructuring our flat rate structures. So at this stage, that is also having a massive effect on our budget. Part of the solar solutions is also trying, obviously, to try and keep that peaks. We call it peak curtailment, to try and keep those peaks low as well, because as I've mentioned, Eskom bills us or actually penalize us on that peaks. So then the decrease in grant funding. Firstly, I'm going to talk quickly about the equitable share. The municipality recently uses full grant funding to the equitable share to serve the poorest of the poor communities in Mossel Bay. This is funding received for this purpose from national government. So some of the funding we get is called the equitable share, and many times ratepayers say, yeah, but they're paying for this and that communities, and it's not entirely true. Yes, you might argue that your national taxes goes towards that, but the municipality receives equitable share, and of that equitable share, we uses the full amount towards the poorest of the poor in our community. I must, however, say that Mossel Bay's population has grown considerably more than was expected, while the grant allocation is based on a 40% fewer inhabitants growth than what the Stats SA population statistics predicted. This means that we are currently receiving approximately 60 million rand less from the equitable share than we would argue we should get. Currently, the municipality has the necessary cash reserves on hand to cover this deficit. Furthermore, the budget is adversely affected by the decrease in provincial grants of 27 million rand as per the latest Gazette allocations. The collection rate, the current collection rate for the payments of utilities is 94.8%. This is also something very important, colleagues, because before COVID, our collection rate was 99%. Every percentage point short of 100% collection rate equates to roughly 12.8 million rand in cash. The municipality is committed to collecting all outstanding debt. Special efforts are made to increase the collection rate. However, going forward, strict credit management will be maintained, and special efforts will be made to communicate outstanding debt with identified arrears account holders. Increased focus will be placed on data cleansing to ensure that accounts reach consumers at the correct addresses, and an effort will be made to deliver accounts electronically wherever possible. Residents are invited to share their email addresses with the municipality to ensure they receive their accounts timelessly. Then performance against budget. A recovery or underspending from the original approved budget creates surplus cash. As tariffs cannot be adjusted during the adjustment budget, the focus of the Budget Steering Committee is currently on realistic revenue calculations. During this process, the expenditure budget is reduced to align with the cash that is estimated to be generated. Then I must also say something about the liquidity policy, colleagues. Mossel Bay's liquidity policy is very conservative, and I think that is maybe one of the reasons that we continuously are being seen as one of the more financially sustainable municipalities, is because of the policy that, and obviously of effective management by our administration and especially our finance team. But at this stage, I must mention that we are a lot more strict than many other municipalities. For example, often other municipalities do not look at cashback budgets. The residents should also consider that this is merely an adjustment budget, and that the tendency seen in Mossel Bay over a number of years is to have a budget deficit mid-year, but that the budget will balance at the end of the year. The municipality has a loan policy which stipulates that no interest is capitalized during the construction of capital projects. All loans are constructed for end of June of each year to be taken up. During the year, the municipality uses the reserves as bridging capital to finance spending on the projects from loans. In the near end of the financial year, until the tender process for taking up the loans is completed, and the interim bridging funds are transferred back into the municipal reserves, the calculation as required in the Mossel Bay's municipality liquidity policy will definitely be negative. However, Mossel Bay is of the opinion that this is a temporary setback and that the municipality is fortunate to be able to recover from this with good financial control. The adjustment budget, although in greater deficit, was funded. In closing, and on a more positive note, Mossel Bay Municipality remains committed to the preservation of our natural environment. And there, colleagues, I can just mention that I was very fortunate with the assistance of Dr. Enrico Gennari and also with UCT and Stellenbosch University, who also joined us. We met with the Minister of Environment and Forestry and Fisheries, Minister Dion George, and about a week ago, and one of the main topics that we discussed was the white shark population, especially in Mossel Bay. At this stage, it's a matter of grave concern, and we believe that there's various reasons for this. Some of them legislative, and that's the reason why we had this productive meeting with the Minister. And then I just want to, since it's February, Speaker, and it was Valentine's Day, I just want to thank my wife who celebrated her birthday on Valentine's Day. And I want to thank her for her continuous support. In the words of former US President Ronald Reagan, coming home to you is like coming out of a cold into a warm room with a fireplace. I more than love you. I'm not whole without you. You are my life itself to me. When you are gone, I'm waiting for you to return, and so I can start living again. To the community of iconic Mossel Bay, I want to quote the phrase from Ephesians 4:32, which says, "Be kind to each other, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, just as God, through Christ, has forgiven us." Thank you, Speaker.
Indeed, well deserving applause there for our Executive Mayor. Mayor, I'd like to invite you to please have a glass of water. It has indeed been a mouthful. That's on a lighter note, but let me acknowledge the fact that you again, similar to Pastor Leon, acknowledged God in all that we have to do. I'm pretty sure that your wife is listening to the council meeting and is appreciative of that very much deserving compliment and also special message to her. To the council and members of public who have heard the communications by our Executive Mayor, I really wish to say that he has indeed this morning gave a comprehensive overview of important matters to council, the municipality, and the public at large. I want to thank the mayor, the political head of the municipality. It's not an easy task, but thank you, Mayor, for the work that you do, the many hours that you put in, and for ensuring that we are always kept up to date with matters that is important. And I think your speech this morning was evident of that. To the class who's joining, what the mayor just did this morning, he gave, as with every council meeting, an overview. He's got a slot and an opportunity to address council at every council meeting where he gives report back on matters. I hope you're taking note of that one, because it's important. Of course, as per the rules of order, no debate is allowed after the mayor has addressed council, but however, I note the light of Council Baron, and I would like to give him an opportunity to please proceed to ask me his question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is the month of the annual report. So I understand the mayor's financial presentation. It was not bad. So thank you for that, Mayor. And I also want to say that with the end of your speech, I think you will be in the World Cup tonight when you go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. Colleagues, we then, at the communications of the Speaker this morning, I have the honor to congratulate 3 councillors who have celebrated their birthdays on the 7th of February, all in the month of love. It was Councillor De Bula. I hope you had lots of chishinyama and love, Councillor De Bula. Wishing you all the best for the year, and may God grant you wisdom and good health. To Councillor Kannemeyer, who celebrated her birthday on the 13th of February. I hope that you had a good day, Councillor Kannemeyer. Wishing you all the best for the year. Then Councillor Mvumbu, celebrating his birthday on the 22nd of February. Wishing you all the best, Councillor Mvumbu. I hope you had a blessed day. Then, colleagues, also sadly this morning we have a list of members, 2 lists of members of the public who sadly has passed on. And I would like to ask you, I do not see his name here, but I would like to add the name of Pastor Aubrey Benjamin to this list, and then ask you to join me for a moment of silence as we stand. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. You may be seated. And then also, I omitted Councillor Liebenberg. Also, best wishes to you and your family for the loss that you have suffered. And I'm happy that you are present, but I pray that God will continue to bless you. Thank you very much. Then, colleagues, I have from my side just one acknowledgement, and for this I would like to ask the acting MM. I need the acting director for fire and rescue. Do we have somebody here?
The acting director. I'm the acting director.
Oh, for fire and rescue department. Okay, so as director and acting MM, I would like to ask you and Councillor Van Dyk to please come to the front, and then the mayor to hand over the acknowledgement from the Premier. It's just a certificate of appreciation. So if you can, yes, you may be excused, Councillor Mkuntu. Executive Mayor, the Council has received a certificate of recognition that I would like to present. Do we have our media staff ready? The Mossel Bay Municipality Fire and Rescue, on behalf of the Western Cape Government, we express our sincere appreciation for the selfless service you have given your fellow residents of our province as part of our response to the George building collapse on Monday, the 6th of May, 2024. I think everybody will remember that very much unfortunate and sad incident. Your unwavering efforts have made a significant difference, embodying the spirit of community and resilience in times of need. I think something that this municipality is well known for, and the Office of the Premier indicating that we are immensely grateful for the part that you have played and for your contribution. Signed by the Western Cape Premier and Dr. Harry Malila. Thank you, Executive Mayor. I think we can give the department a hand of applause. Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha, I will now do that question thing. Who will be speaking to it? Okay, thank you very much. Councillors, just now we're going to move to the first part of our meeting today with the AG's office presentation. Kindly asking members to please not walk up and down, and please kindly pay attention. It would be much appreciated. Before we get to that part, Romans 10 on our agenda, it is written questions received, and indeed, I think it was yesterday, the Office of the Mayor, myself and the MM received on behalf of the ANC caucus written questions, which unfortunately falls outside of the rules of order. However, I'm just going to have the ANC quickly address that. Who's going to speak on behalf of them? Nee, ek gaan nie die vergadering nou prolong nie. I asked Councillor Buddha and he walked out of the meeting. Yes, Councillor Whoop?
Madam Speaker, if I may assist, I did speak to Councillor Buddha this morning as the whip of the ANC, and he indicated that he understood that the questions received were out of time for this meeting, and he asked that they stand over to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will say so.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Bula. Then the questions are for the administration to record. Questions by the ANC will then stand over until the next council meeting. Thank you very much to the ANC. We now move to the section where I will hand over to the Office of the AG. Waar's Henry? Henry, gaan jy die mensies voorstel? Kom sit jy gou by 'n mic tussen jou mensies, Henry. On behalf of Council, I would like to give a warm welcome to the representatives from the Office of the AG this morning. What they will be addressing us for information to note. It is the AG's culture shift strategy and audit outcome. To the members of the public, no discussion, I'm cautioning, no taking photos and talking in the gallery, please. Thank you very much. And to the council members, this will be done virtually. Please kindly take note of that. Over to Henry, who will introduce the two representatives.
Morning, Speaker, morning, Council. We've got the privilege of having our senior manager that was part of the execution of the audit, Mrs. Ntosh, and Kashif, who was the manager, who was doing a majority of the groundwork on site from the AG's office, and they are joining us virtually on the online platform in Teams, and they will be sharing a presentation with us as well.
Thank you very much, Henry. Colleagues, you may proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and all the honorable members, the Acting MM, the entire management team, and all the colleagues and guests of the municipality present. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the Municipal Council Speaker for providing us the opportunity to do our presentation today as the Auditor General of South Africa. As our colleague has indicated, my name is Ntombokanya Nzamela, and with me I've got Kashif. Kashif is going to share the presentation for us, and I will take you through the presentation. Thank you so much. Our presentation, as the speaker has indicated, we will cover the culture shift strategy of the Auditor General of South Africa, as well as some responsibilities in terms of the legislative requirements, and share also the audit outcomes. In terms of our reputational promise, as well as the vision and the mission of the Auditor General, our vision is to be recognized as by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector. The mission being of the Auditor General, we are a supreme audit institution which has a constitutional mandate to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. So we do all that through the audit work that we do at all the government institutions. In the next slide, we will cover in detail the strategy of the Auditor General, which is called Culture Shift Strategy 2030. In terms of the culture shift strategy, and as well as in terms of the responsibility that is placed to the Auditor General of South Africa by the principles that are captured in the International Standards on Supreme Audit Institution, the Auditor General is responsible for making a difference in the lived realities of South African citizens. That is the center of what the Auditor General is doing, and has got three broad categories of these responsibilities, and has the 12 principles that I'm going to take you through are highlighted here. The first one is strengthening the accountability, the transparency and the integrity of government and the public sector entities. That is covered in the four broad principles, that the first one being safeguarding the independence of a supreme audit institution. Principle 2 is carry out the audits that ensure that government and public sector entities are held accountable for their stewardship over the use of public resources. And then in terms of principle 3, it's enabling those charged with governance and the public sector to discharge their responsibilities by responding to the findings and recommendations that are, and as well as taking appropriate corrective actions where there was underperformance. Then in terms of principle 4 is reporting on audit results, thereby enabling the public and government to hold the public sector accountable. So we do report on the results of the audit that we have done. Then in terms of principle 5 to 6 to 7, we cover demonstrating ongoing relevance to citizens of parliament and other stakeholders. Principle 5 being responsive to the changing environment as well as emerging risks. We also communicate effectively with all our stakeholders. And in terms of principle 7, we are a credible source of independent and objective insight and guidance to support the beneficial change in the public sector. If you're looking at principle 12 to or 8 to 12, it covers us being a model organization through leading by example. It talks to us ensuring that appropriate and transparency as well as accountability of the Supreme Audit Institution, ensuring good governance of Supreme Audit Institution, as well as complying with the Code of Ethics. We also strive for service excellence and the quality in terms of the work that we do, and also internally we build capacity through promoting learning and knowledge sharing. Then in terms of the next slide, we also cover the culture shift strategy, which we identified a critical success factor for this strategy being an accountability ecosystem. This accountability ecosystem is a broad-based, effective network of stakeholders that drive and deepen public sector accountability. And each role player has a part to play in driving the principles of public sector performance, transparency, accountability, and integrity. And collectively, this accountability ecosystem, these role players, they play a major responsibility in ensuring that all the stakeholders in the national system of government contribute in resolving the weakness in the public institutions. If you look closely to the pictorial presentation here, you will see the Auditor General in the center, which we indicate that we provide insights based on the audit work that we do. Those insights that we provide will influence or assist in influencing government to act or also to enforce the requirements of legislation through recommendations that we issue. And who we communicate with, we also communicate with the citizenry, because that is the active persons that the Auditor General is responsible on ensuring the lives of citizens, is in the center as well of this pictorial presentation. We are also responsible for communicating with each and every responsible role player in this accountability ecosystem, from the officials on the ground to senior management, the internal audit unit that is responsible at the municipality, the audit committee, the municipal manager being an accounting officer, to the mayor, the speaker, the council, as well as the municipal public accounts committee, which is a committee of the council that is driving specific responsibilities. We also look at or communicate with the provincial leadership, the coordinating department or coordinating institutions being the Office of the Premier, the Cooperative Governance or local government, as well as Treasury, and to a certain degree also the communication to Parliament and the provincial legislatures. Those all are the people that are responsible for ensuring that there is good work and governance and that is done in the public sector institutions. Moving on to the next slide. With the culture shift strategy, we have strategic aspirations as the Auditor General of South Africa, and what we aspire to do is to have a stronger and more direct as well as consistent impact on improving the lived reality of South African citizens. How we will do that? We will do that by sustainable and efficiently shifting the public sector culture through the insights that we provide based on the audit work that we do, we influence, and through the enforcement. What we have done so far is we are plotting our auditees along a continuum from the auditees that are not doing well at all, which is indicated as doing harm, to those auditees that are doing good, because the intention is to move all the entities or public sector entities from the red indicator to all the green indicator, being everyone should be ultimately doing good. That is the culture that we want to actually see at the end of the day. And how we do that, we provide insights, and those insights can be used in order to influence a shift across the continuum towards a culture that is culturalized by shifting the culture towards a public sector characterized by performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity, which we call in short PETI. These four broad areas is the desired culture that we would like to see. And I will now highlight in detail what that means for the Auditor General in the next slide. When we talk about performance, we are looking at performance in terms of demonstrating the commitment in improving the lived realities of South African citizens by delivering on legislated mandate and strategic objectives that are aligned to the people's needs, by being financially sustainable and avoiding harm to the public and public institutions. That will be a municipality that is performing. When we talk about accountability, we refer to responsiveness to the public and oversight and other stakeholders through reporting and providing answers on fulfilling the mandate and responsibilities, the actions that are taken, the decisions that are made to ensure swift consequence management where there is transgression of poor performance and poor performance. When we refer to transparency, we talk about a public sector that provide the public as well as other stakeholders with timely and relevant and reliable information based on the institution's finances, the institution's performance, the use of resources, as well as an important one, the compliance with legislation. That now will talk directly to transparency. And if you look at institutional integrity, we refer to implementing and maintaining institutionalized the internal controls that will ensure that the leadership and officials behave in an ethically compliant manner with legislation and as well as acting in the best interest of the institution while avoiding conflict of interest. That is in essence the desired culture that Auditor General is looking forward to seeing in every public sector institution. Then moving on to the next slide. The next slide, Kashif. So now I will highlight where we left off from the 2022-23 financial year in terms of the audit outcomes. Can you move on? So in the prior year, we provided insights in terms of the integrated planning for meaningful impact. Sorry, one slide back. Where we indicated that the municipality performed and the management processes of IDP as well as service delivery budget were complied with in terms of the key requirements of legislation. We looked at service delivery insights and the service delivery. There were areas or indicators that were not achieved, but there were reasons that were documented and as well as action plan that the municipality intended doing. We also looked at compliance with laws and regulations, which we highlighted one compliance that was not met, which was relating to the quotations below 30,000, which came in for the first time in the previous financial year. And we had a call to action where we said the accounting officer, by providing recommendations to the accounting officer to improve the review and monitoring processes to ensure compliance with all applicable legislation, to monitor achievement of targets, especially the targets on a quarterly basis, as there is quarterly reporting at the municipality. And in terms of also that we recommended that the council need to actively support in the implementation of the recommendations in terms of the audit action plan. If we can move on, the next slide. The next slide, Kashif. So in terms of our response, we expected the actions that needed to be taken to ensure culture shift. Can you go one slide back? The actions that needed to be taken is tracking the commitments made, monitoring achievement of the targets in terms of mid-year performance assessment to determine whether the targets were reasonably set, as well as continuous monitoring. Why we need culture shift? In terms of our understanding as the Auditor General, we want to see the correlation between the audit outcomes as well as service delivery. And as AGSA, we provide the insights on the integrated planning processes to actually show the linkage between the budget, the prioritization of the indicators and the targets. We also highlight the influence in terms of the ongoing stakeholder engagement, which we do on a regular basis, especially during the audit process. We have engagements with the leadership of the municipality. And in terms of the enforcement is where we look into ensuring that there is appropriate and adequate control environment, as well as compliance to laws and regulations based on the mandate and the vision of the municipality. The next slide. In terms of council and oversight, the next slide now covers the value chain of the municipality, from the planning processes of the municipality to the formation of the IDP, the formation of the SDPIP, which covers the strategic targets, the service delivery indicators, the financial targets, as well as the key performance indicators and targets. We also highlight or look into the budget, which cover the capital budget as well as from the equitable share and the grants. That combined will be information that will be monitored on a monthly basis, which is required in terms of the legislative requirements, Section 71 reports and the Municipal Systems Act. There would be quarterly reporting that is done by the municipality. But all that information culminates to something that we will audit, which is the financial statements that will be submitted for audit, as well as the annual report that will be submitted for audit, where we look at the specific selected indicators and targets on predetermined objectives. And we also audit and report in terms of the requirements of the MFMA and the Systems Act as Auditor General. Then the next slide. The next slide, Kashif. Then looking at this one, it's covering the responsibility of the council and oversight in terms of the performance that I've explained, the culture of accountability that I've explained, transparency, as well as institutional integrity, where we are specifically indicating and selecting the requirements of law that requires the municipal manager and the mayor to be responsible for budget controls and early identification of financial problems. That talks to transparency and institutional integrity. Also the responsibility in terms of the oversight, which is section 131 reports and the reports that are submitted to the provincial legislature as well, and the annual report as well as the oversight committees. Then there is reporting to the legislature, which is required in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, in terms of the local government. They report to the MEC and the minister. There is also interventions in terms of the MFMA as well as the constitution, where things are not going well at a municipal level. The National Treasury, the Provincial Treasury, as well as the local government departments can only intervene in terms of specific requirement of section 133, where consequences and non-compliance with certain provisions will be looked at, and as well as the Premier and National Treasury can also intervene in terms of section 139 to ensure that there is accountability and institutional integrity. There are also other performance and role players in terms of that need to monitor the appointment processes in terms of the municipality, and that also includes the responsibility that is played by the provincial local government, by the Department of the Local Government. Then moving on to the next slide. The next slide covers in detail. Next slide, Kashif. Can you move on to the next slide, Kashif?
My apologies, Santosh. I think there's a lag on your side. If someone can just confirm it has changed my side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This slide shows the responsibilities of the key role players, looking specifically in key areas of budgeting and grants, the performance measuring and performance information, the skills and capacity within the municipality, and we are identifying various levels of responsibility from the accounting officer being responsible for all revenue, expenditure, assets and liabilities, as well as overall municipal control. The mayor is responsible and accountable to coordinate the budgeting process and ensure alignment between the budget and the IDP, as well as the monitoring of the reporting on those key performance indicators and targets. The council, as well as level 3 is responsible and accountable to approve those budgets and to annually review the needs of the community through the interactions and the involvement of the ward committees. The MEC of the local government relies also on the annual reports and the reports that are presented by the municipality to them in terms of assessing the performance of the municipality. And in terms of the level 5, where provincial and national treasury are involved, they also look into the performance of the municipality. Those are all the requirements, or the accountability people are responsible based on, or in terms of the legislation. They are required by the legislation to perform these duties. The legislative requirements that I'm referring to is highlighted at the bottom of this slide. Then moving on to the next slide. The next slide is continuing in terms of the roles and responsibilities. We also have other role players, being the internal audit. That is also playing a bigger role within the municipality in advising the accounting officer and the council. We also have an audit committee, which is a committee of the council that is responsible to advise the council. We have the speaker that is also responsible, though limited responsibilities in terms of the law, has some role to play. And then there is provincial legislature and the premier. They also look in terms of section 132 of the MFMA. And we have at the bottom of this slide indicated the broad legislative requirements that govern the municipality and the specific responsibilities that needs to be played by each role player, which is the Constitution of our Republic of South Africa, the Municipal Structures Act, that is the act that the municipalities are that guides the municipality, the Municipal Systems Act, as well as the Municipal Finance Management Act, that actually guides the processes from the budgeting and accounting for financial management practices of the municipality. Then moving on to the next slide. Then we are now going to cover the audit outcomes of the 2023-24 financial year, which is the last financial year that we just concluded the audit of in November last year. Looking overall into the audit outcomes of the municipality has been achieving what we term or we call an unqualified audit, which is referred to as clean audit, for the past number of years now. The financial statements were unqualified. There were no findings in that area that were material for reporting. Annual performance report as well. We looked at strategic objective 1 to create an inclusive, responsive and healthy environment conducive for living and sustainable growth. In that also, there were no findings that we identified for audit report purposes. We looked at specific requirements of legislation in terms of reporting on annual financial statement, performance reports and annual reports. We looked at procurement and contract management, revenue management, expenditure management, asset management, consequence management, strategic planning and performance management, human resources management, and utilization of conditional grants as well as transfer of funds. And in all those broad compliance areas that we looked at and the key legislative requirements, the municipality did well, and we did not identify any material findings in those areas. Then overall, looking at the strategic indicator and the objective, although we did not have any findings, we just highlighted in our report that there are still indicators that needs to be monitored on a regular basis, on a quarterly basis, to ensure that where the indicators and targets are not met, there is action plan to address the performance that has not been achieved. So we're just highlighting in here the indicators that were not achieved for the previous financial year, which also are the indicators that talks directly to the service delivery. Moving on to the next slide. In the next slide, we have engaged management and especially the leadership, the accounting officer of the municipality, and have also sent a communication for the attention of the executive mayor as well to indicate that based on the audit work that we have done, the municipality did well. However, there are areas that we would like them to commit to looking into going forward to ensure that the management have proper cash flow that is prepared and that ensures that there are no findings in the financial statements, and the accounting officer should ensure that there is proper investigation that is conducted by the disciplinary board and advise the council so that the council can do a proper write-off based on that investigation that was conducted. And it is done all that in terms of the requirements of the law. Those were the only areas that we had some findings on, but it did not impact the audit outcomes of the municipality, as I've indicated that the municipality achieved a clean audit outcome. I think that is our presentation to this point, and that's all we wanted to say to this council today. Thank you once again, Speaker, for affording us the opportunity to present to this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Welcoming feedback there at the end, but overall a very, very comprehensive synopsis in terms of the findings and how matters look in terms of the finance of the municipality. I'm going to ask the mayor to just say something, but first, the finance chairperson, Councillor Alderman Mark Furness, to, on behalf of his office and department, thank the AG's office.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say thank you to Sis Mtosh and her team for the thorough presentation they gave today. They've done a fantastic job, and I would also just like to take the liberty to say thank you for the work that you have put in and the effort that you have done in helping us See, I'm getting mumbled with words. No, just with the thorough job they do doing the audit and how they approach the staff and how amicable they are with us. They do a phenomenal job. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very much, Alderman Furness. Over to the Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much, and to the AG, I've not met the team. It's one of the meetings that I choose not to attend. I suppose it's because I don't like bad news at times, so I'm always afraid of that, so I'll rather hide a bit and ask Councillor Furness to do his job. But that's just tongue in the cheek. From and Councillor Furness, I do get, and the financial team, I do get the same feedback. Obviously, the Auditor General can also attest to the fact that we politically not try to interfere or put pressure on them. That's one of the reasons that I choose not to attend it, that them let them do their work. And anyway, they are independent and intact, and that they prove, and that's also their objectives explained to us, but that's what they're already doing as far as I consider it. And I can just also agree with Councillor Furness in terms of the amicable way in which we can work. Obviously, it's a lot of work that they do. Thank you for the professional way that you conduct yourselves. And then also to our financial team, Speaker, I must also mention the fact that we are very proud of a team. And I told somebody yesterday, when Mr. Leroux and Jannie was aan my kantoor, two of our senior officials from the finance department, and I spoke with a person. We had a meeting about taxes and so on, quite a hot meeting. And then I assured that person that our staff in our finance department, they are of top quality. They're really proud of the work that they're doing, and you can see it in the work, and that's one of the reasons that you can see the results of this municipality. So I can once again assure the community of Mossel Bay and the Auditor General, politically we do not try to interfere with their work. We try not to ask them to do wrong things, and we know that we are in good hands. So thank you also to our administration.
Indeed, so thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for your kind words also. Colleagues, that then brings us to the end. I don't know if there's any final words from the team online, but also to Henry. Thank you for facilitating the session. I think it's important for Council to be informed and updated, and it was very well done. Last bite of words to the team online before we say goodbye.
Thank you so much, Speaker. From our side, we also would like to appreciate the cooperation that we receive from the municipality from whenever we start the audit until we finish the audit, knowing very well that in between that period, they have responsibilities, but they always do take, they do prioritize us in ensuring that we get all what we need in terms of that. We really, really appreciate the support we have been receiving as the auditors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and we then wish you well for the year and all the work that you need to do. You are excused. Thank you very much. Colleagues,
thank you.
Yes, you've heard the AG inputs in terms of the role of the Speaker. It's very limited, Councillor Mkuntu. I'm never in the finance, on the finance floor. Whenever I see Mr. Leroux, I'm just so happy. If he smiles, then I know everything's under control. But I don't go there. We're not supposed to get involved. And for that reason, colleagues, daar is ek koek en tee vanoggend. Ek bly maar baie mooi in die lyn in terms van die cost containment raadslid Baron. Maar daar sal 'n koekie wees wat by die teetjies gaan. So ek gaan op daardie noot dan nou die raad verdaag tot 11:00 toe. U kan vir u teetjie kry buite. Ons sal om 11:00 sal ons hervat en dan onmiddellik met ons agenda begin. I hope that the South Cape College class took note of what just happened. That was the AG's report in terms of the outcome, and we're happy we've got a clean audit. But you've now heard an overview of how things work in terms of the finances in the municipality. We break, and you can join us again at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, everybody. Council will now reconvene. Yes, thank you, Councillor Kwaza. You look absolutely stunning with your hair and alles. Kry jou gou by jou sitplekkie. Dankie. Baie dankie. Just want the administration to record that Councillor Baron has asked to be excused to quickly take his grandchild home from school. There is no transport now. He will come back and then join the council meeting. I can confirm that everybody is present. Thank you very much, and we will now proceed. Welcome back also to our guest who's joining online. First agenda item, page 103 before council, item E14. It is the third adjustment budget for the financial year 2024 and 2025, both operating and capital. Thank you very much. Council, we have our annexures. And then the recommendation in that regard, points 1 to 4. Can I please have a proposer?
I propose, Speaker.
The executive mayor is proposing. Can I have a seconder for the executive mayor?
Madam Speaker, I'll second the mayor. Thank you.
Finance chairperson seconding. Opening up for questions and input from council. I see the lights of Councillor Gwaza and Councillor Buddha. In that order, you please may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As ANC, we are against, as that we know, there are some wards that has been allocated money, but that money has not yet been implemented, and some got nothing. As Mayor said that, Mossel have got excellent service delivery, but when you check on the capital budget, there is wards that got nothing on their wards. There's no budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gwaza, indicating that the position of the ANC on item E14, adjustment budget, is against. Thank you very much. It's recorded. I note the light of Councillor Porter, Councillor Buddha first, and then Councillor Porter in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairlady, there is nothing wrong with the adjustment of the budget. We adjust. But the unfortunate part is this, what my colleague is saying. You see, when we spoke about this adjustment and so on, we keep on looking forward. I was listening to the presentation. I was listening to the mayor also. When he spoke about the excellent service delivered, the report from the auditors, they speak about clean audit, unqualified report. But Speaker was serious. When we are saying if you can go to my ward, it's almost the fourth year now I'm finishing here. Why the directors, they don't spend their money there? I don't care about what you put on the paper, on the pipeline, and so on and so on. We keep on adjusting and they approve the budget and so on. But the directors and the officials are not putting their money there on the ground to see it. It's almost nearly finished the year now, and the fifth year now. But the Speaker is not right. It's unfair. Because when you look around, I can go to Danaba, you see the road there, which was established. It's almost finished. I was there in Hattenbosch. You see there, it's a Jaske, and then you've got the shops there. And you find that when you look on the booklet and the attachment, you find that some of the what they receive 10 million, 5 million, so on. But it's so rare. We don't find so money in our what. Why Speaker is like this? Because really, this is taxpayers' money. I keep one day making an example, Elderman, Boyson, I say, the previous ANC, when they gave you the RDP, doesn't matter whether you wear the red T-shirt, the blue T-shirt, because you qualify for the criteria. We want this municipality to take serious the service delivery to our community. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your input and comments raised, Councillor Buddha. I see the Mayor is making some notes there. We will have a response. Councillor Porter and then Councillor Mkuntu in that order. Over to you,
Good
Councillor
morning,
Porter.
Speaker and colleagues. Speaker, I just want to concur with the ANC there. So the Patriotic Alliance will be abstaining from this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Indeed, thank you so much, Councillor Porter. Patriotic Alliance position then is abstaining from the adjustment budget. Councillor Mkuntu.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm supporting the position of the ANC in trying to remind this council that we did call mayor and the manager. I think it was 2022-2023 budget. Then they understand our issue and our complaints. That we have people that, let's say, the areas that are disadvantaged, they are the ones that are not budgeted. And we are here as a council that we are supposed to readdress the injustice of the past. Because if you go to those areas, if this councillor cannot take care of those areas, who else can take care of those areas? That means you are saying to those people, they must starve there, they must die, because there are a lot of people that are dying because of the shacks. There are a lot of diseases that are happening there, because of the system that were designed previously. There was talking about the infrastructure, these things of master plan for the sewer line, all those things. In our areas, we have sewer lines that are not serving our people. Most of the time, they are calling municipality to go and restore the sewer line or the blockage, whatever. So, if those things that does not come to the leadership of this council, and they are not getting report, we've been saying to them, did they take serious or they are not taking serious? Because the reality is that this council has a responsibility of readdressing the injustice of the past. It's not just to budget for only the rich people and the poor people who are not budgeting for them. There are a number of things that's supposed to happen in our wards.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkuntu, for your inputs made. It's recorded as such. We have then the ANC with their position being against, the Patriotic Alliance abstaining. Does Ikoza want to go on record? Kan u net die liggie aansit asseblief? The red light for Ikoza, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Speaker. Ikoza will also be abstaining from this item for the same reasons that the ANC and the PA is up at this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Krieger. The Ikoza is then abstaining. Can I please have the red light for the Freedom Front to go on record, please? Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Liebenberg.
Speaker, thank you. We had actually two questions, but the Mayor has actually answered both of them in his address to us. Maybe just the second one, just to put it in a different kind of words, as we say in Afrikaans, met ander woorde. And that's about the grant allocation that was, or that is 30 million less. Is this a result of the government simply does not have the finances, or is it maybe that we as a municipality is struggling to allocate the amount within the time frame and the stipulations that there is?
Thank you, Councillor Liebenberg. I'm going to ask the Finance Department to respond to that one after the Mayor has made his input. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. The inputs are noted. And I do agree with Councillor Mkontu. We have a responsibility to deliver services and to address the injustices of the past. It is challenging. I'm not going to lie about it. And we can all agree that there's no town in South Africa where those injustices has been wiped away. We still have them. And I think all towns are struggling with them. Also, to address those challenges, we need to plan, colleagues, and do it in an orderly fashion. Obviously, part of an orderly fashion is to have budget and to not waste money or have corruption and steal money and so on, which we don't. But obviously, one of the challenges is people that's keeping us from developing in a planned and ordered way by just grabbing land, creating infrastructure where we many times cannot roll out infrastructure. That's obviously part of the challenge. It's not the full challenge. There's other challenges as well. Then, colleagues, I was also a ward councillor, and we did, let me first start with this. We mid-year of last year's budget. So this is just adjustment. We're looking at how does our income look and so on. But no project that we set, and we showed you all the projects that's going to be rolled out. No projects has been removed. All projects are continuing. So some of them might still have to be rolled out in the next 6 months of the year. I'm not sure exactly to what projects have been addressed, or what the perception is of a project not being rolled out. I was the ward councillor in this ward, in Ward 8, but before that I was on the ward committee for Ward 10. And I told Councillor Nikki yesterday, because she said exactly that there's nothing coming to a ward, and I also mentioned but the road happened there, and so on. I can assure you, in all your wards, sometimes stuff happens, but we're not aware of it. It might be infrastructure under the ground, and the problem is people do not realize how important that infrastructure also is, and how expensive it is. People think if you just build stuff that looking nice that you can see, that is capital expenditure and moving forward. It's not the truth, and in many towns in our country, people and councillors fail to understand that you need to spend lots of money underground where nobody see it, so that you can ensure that there's sewage removal, proper water, roads and so on. So I do agree, and councillors, I do agree and we want to help everybody. We obviously have got financial constraints, but we're not against helping people or communities. I must just say, I was in Ward 10, I was on the ward committee. For 3 years, that councillor, it was still Councillor Petri ter Blanche, I went with him to the community. For 3 years in a row back then, for Hartenbos, there was not a cent on the capital budget, not 1 cent. This year, we're still mid-year, and I'm obviously talking of a while ago. But this year, each and every ward, we've ensured that there's money for each and every ward. Yes, there's differentiation. It depends on the need, because sometimes more bulk services run through, say for instance, it's in Three Sisters. Now the infrastructure must run through Ward 9, through Councillor Erika's ward. Then it's shown like that. It's broken up where the money's been spent. But it's not because we like Gov necessarily more, it's because of the way the infrastructure works and how you spend towards that. So we also need to consider that. But the projects and the numbers that we decided on at the beginning of this financial year, that we looked at and that were communicated, none of them has been removed, colleagues. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your input and comments, Executive Mayor. I will now ask Yanni to address Council.
After me.
Can I please have the light for Councillor Buddha, please? Councillor Buddha.
Okay, thank you. We do understand, Speaker, what the Mayor is saying. But it can't sit here if we can't see the infrastructure sitting on our wards of everyone. No, we know it. What we are trying to say, we say, you see, these people outside, we keep on daily basis to call them to the IDP, try to rise. Simple example. I like what you call the chairperson of the community safety. I was reading all the, what you call the report. Really, it's fundamental. It really is superb. But one thing I said, you see, if you see Mountain View and Lutuli, from the day I came here, I said, no, Mountain View is alive now and Lutuli this side. Please, the speed bump here. And then it's reflecting on the IDP, for instance. And then 2 people, they were dead there, hitting by the cars, because people, they are driving without license and so on and so on. I'm talking about the safety. That is why we are saying when we raise issues in the IDP, please take recognition. especially though they affect their people. Thank you very much. That's what we are saying.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. The input on the issue of the speed bump has been noted, and we will follow that up.
Madam Speaker, I
Councillor
just want to
Mpuntu?
request to Mayor.
Through me, yes.
Through you.
Correct. You may proceed. Last bite.
It seems as if some of the things that are always raising and the things that are reported, there are people that are reporting in these departments. They are calling the departments to get assisted. It seems they are not going through to Mayor. So mine here, I will request to the Mayor through your chair and the Speaker that this council that take decisions, can we just have a day with the directors and or directors that are in charge? Just go to those words and just go around and see the life of our people that are living in. Then we come and take decisions.
Thank you. The Mayor has made a note on that, and he would like to respond.
Thank you, Speaker, and I note both comments. I can just assure the colleagues that I'm really trying to stay on the ground and be aware of what's going on in the communities. Each week we've got community visits, and I really try to go to all the communities. So, but I will even try to, I will make sure that I diversify that, Councillor Kontu, and that I go to all the areas. But I'm going more to the less affluent areas because there's more challenges. That is so. Sometimes we get invited to places, so I also go to other areas, but we regularly go into some of the less affluent areas. But yeah, if there's specific areas you want me to come and visit, if you want to go with me on a Tuesday, you're more than welcome to communicate to me. All right.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Open invitation to ward councillors or any councillor for that matter who wish to go on a site visit. Please contact the Office of the Mayor. You have the right to do so. You just need to communicate. And then just also from my side, I think there's a item for excellent, in my opinion, initiative coming to the area of your ward, Councillor Buddha. I think that item is here. So that's also, I think, an initiative being supported, especially to address what you have just raised here this morning. Councillor Mpuntu, I've given you 2 opportunities. Switch off your light now. I'm going to ask the Finance Department.
I want to correct something, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
I don't want to talk. I just want to correct something.
Okay.
The invitation is not for or only the ward council and the mayor. We don't want to do do things as politicians. We must go as a council and the directors to go and check the status of our areas.
Okay, that is noted, but please, ward councillors, follow procedure in that regard and contact the mayor. In terms of the council to go on site visits, acting MM, yes, perhaps the MM is taking note of that, and you can see how best that can be coordinated. Councillor Gwaza, with you, I'm ending off the debate and then handing over to finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I concur with Chief Whip, Councillor Buddha, on what he said. Also, as we requested from Mayor several times that if he can print out for us all allocation of the capital budgets in each ward so that he can be specific. He did agree, and we've been waiting for that. We haven't received it yet. Now that it can be noted that so we can receive it ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council Whip, if I can request you to make a note of that we can, the 2 of us, we can follow that up with the MM in consultation with the mayor, so that administration who's responsible can provide that then. But I will need your support, Council Whip, to just ensure that we facilitate that. The Whip is noting that. Yanni, you may proceed to address Council. Thank you so much.
Speaker. I would like just to refer to Annexure G of the item. That is the new capital budget. But what we've done in Annex I, we have a portion there on page 4 on Annex I, but that was separately handed out or actually distributed. It's not part of this agenda, but on page 4 there's a clear breakdown of where grants was increased or decreased. So it is not just a decrease of 27.7 million. There's some grants that was increased and some of them that was decreased. So I just want to refer to one or two of them. Informal settlements upgrade partnership grant was actually increased with 3.3 million rand.
That's good.
And then the financial management capacity grant was increased by 100,000. Resourcing, funding and establishment and support of a K9 unit was increased with 200,000. But then there was a big decrease in the human settlements development grant of 29.6 million.
Sure.
So I would like maybe Mr. Venter, if you have more information regarding exactly why that funding was reduced, that would help of understanding why that funding was reduced.
Thank you very much, Yanni. Speaking to the annexure that indicates decreasing and increasing. Councillors, please look at that. It will give you an overview of specifically what grants was affected. Director Venter, would you like to respond to the human settlement grant who has phenomenally been decreased?
Speaker, yes. Now that relates to specific projects and how far we are with some of the projects. So what the department does, we initiate projects with the department or the department with the municipality. Then we enter funding agreements, which are pending also on the Department of Human Settlements when we receive the funding agreements. Once the funding agreement is signed, then only we can put in a claim for the funds. So let's, for instance, take the New Rest project that recently commenced now by the appointment of a contractor. We could not spend anything because of the outstanding funding agreement and then the supply chain management processes to follow. But it happened and it's now implemented. So what the department does, they take away and they add. So what they do, for instance, on the New Rest project, they, for instance, has taken away 6 million rand, but they added it in next year's budget because they look at the progress of where we are. So no project was stopped or negatively affected by that. In actual fact, we were ahead in terms of our expenditure on the upgrading of informal settlement project, and then we requested additional funding, and that is the 5.3 million that we recently were gazetted about 2 or 3 weeks back, just before the end of their particular financial year. We approached them and said, listen, we are performing well in terms of expenditure and progress where we are currently with that project. So, and then they looked at savings and the department, they provided additional funding on that one.
Thank you very much for that clarity, Director Venter. Ek het net gedink, miskien moet ek vanaand 'n boodskap stuur, maar dit klink goed, burgemeester. I am very pleased with your comprehensive feedback on that. Councillors, is there any other input or questions of clarity? Not. I am going to put the item to a vote because it's the adjustment budget, and I have been advised by our legal support and Mr. Prince, who needs to guide me. So I am going to ask by the show of hands, can I get an indication of the support for the proposal of the item made by the Executive Mayor, seconded by Alderman Furness? Show of hands, please, and then we count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. My vote, 18. 19 in support, thank you very much. Those against, by the show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 against. Those abstaining. 1, 2, 3. 3 abstaining. The vote is 19 in favor, 3 abstaining, and 5 against. That concludes our adjustment budget.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I will request that this can be written as what we said. Thank you. Can be recorded as such, what we said.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwaza. The inputs made has been noted by the administration and will be recorded as such. Item E15, proposed amendments to the 2024 and 2025 top layer SDBIP. Recommendation in front of council for approval of the amendments. Can I please have a proposer in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Alderman Furness, the chairperson proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Councillor Annie seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and inputs. Nobody. Thank you very much. Unanimously, the item carries. We move item E16, disposal of capital assets for January 2025. Can I please have a proposer in terms of the recommendation for council to approve?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose the item, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Councillor Erika Meyer, thank you very much. Opening up for questions and comments by members of council. None. The item carries. We move. Item E17, writing off irrecoverable debts for the period ending February 2025. In front of council is the list and all the details. Recommendation listed on page 1 to 3. Can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Finance chairperson proposing. Alderman Furness, can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. I see the light of Councillor Buddha. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed to address council.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Chair Lady, there is no vote is going to be against this. We support this thing very well. But Chairperson, please, what do you want to do? If you experience in December month, the people who are there in the finance department, because the electricity is cut, everything, there is no water, electricity is cut in December month. Again in January, it's do the same, especially people from Kwanangaba, Joslova, Dalmit, and so on. So we applaud this department. Yes, it's working very hard. But if I don't know if it can just make a provision so that these people, they are working with the wheelchairs, and then those who are elders, they can't come in the town. So visit those people so that they must be part and parcel of this thing of writing off of the covenant debt. Because when you go to the house, the electricity is cut, you find that it's an old person, maybe it's a sick person. We want just to touch everybody when we spoke about this thing, especially indigent level 1 and level 2. If we accommodate everybody, it can be superb, wonderful. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for your inputs, mate. Acting MM and Yanni and the team acknowledging the request that we see how best we can assist our vulnerable people, such as our people with special needs, and I think that is a fair request. Thank you, Acting MM, for acknowledging that that will be attended to. Not objecting to the item, Councillor Buddha? Not at all. Any other input, Councillor Kwaza?
No, Madam Speaker, it's not an input. I just need assistance. My PC is not working.
Thank you very much. Where's our iTech crew? Julian to the rescue. Dan, dis vreeslik warm hier binne. Is die aircons aan?
Die een werk speaker, daai een ongelukkig.
O, goed, daarom voel ek dit, ja. Ek wil sê is 'n verandering. Waar is Acting MM, will we then make a note that we look into that? We've got one of our aircons not working, so there's just one working. Ek wil sê ek is nou nog nie daar nie, Raadslid Leroux. Dit kan nie wees nie. Goed, the item carries with no objections. Thank you very much. Input made by Councillor Buddha is recorded. We are on item E18, disposal of capital assets. We have the recommendation for council to approve. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Morning, Madam Speaker. I will propose the item.
Councillor Setuncha is proposing for approval. Thank you very much, Councillor. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Speaker. I second.
Elder Lady Reuters is seconding. Thank you very much. Opening up for questions on item E18. Dis hier waar u nou vir almal Kentucky gaan koop, raadslid. Okay, goed. Any questions on our disposal of capital assets item E18? No questions. Everybody's comfortable. The item carries. We move. Thank you very much. We are then on item E19. In front of council, capital budget versus expenditure quarterly report for the December period 2024 for council to take cognizance of. Can I have a proposer thereof?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Alderman Furness proposing for approval. Baie dankie Tersia hoor, dit kan 'n probleem raak, die jassies is warm. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wellman. It is seconded. I'm opening up for questions of clarity and input. I see the lights of Councillor Liebenberg and then Councillor Gwaza in that order. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Councillor Liebenberg.
Speaker, thank you. This is just a request, a reminder. During the committee meeting, I asked our chairperson if it will be possible to highlight and put this information on the group's titles and subtitles to make it more relevant for us to interpret this expenditure report. So I just want to ask him again if he could do it in the future for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Finance Chairperson. Councillor Gwaza, I'll give you opportunity now. I just want Councillor Furness to respond to the request there.
Madam Speaker, we will see what we can do. I don't want to make any promises because it does come from the report, the actual reporting software. But they have looked into it, they are looking into it. So we'll see what we can do, definitely.
Thank you, Finance Chairperson, committing to look into the request of Councillor Liebenberg, which is fair. Councillor Gwaza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker, thank you, Chair, for what we requested for the printouts and also CFO. But as we said on the committees, that they said that the link will be sent separately. So it did not appear. We requested for the printouts, and also we did not receive those. So as an ANC, we abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ANC indicating their position, and we're noting the comments made in terms of the request. Is there any other inputs? The item carries. We're recording that the ANC is abstaining. We move to item E20, the sale of items on the annual auction for the period 2024 to 2025. The recommendation in front of council listed 1, 2, 8. Can I please have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Councillor Wellman is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll second. Thank you.
Alderman Furness is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity from members of council. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm taking to the point number 5 in the purpose and background. There is nothing wrong in the selling of the item and so on, but it keep on just other items. They were just missing pieces, and they were just written as a police investigation, and then you don't know where to maybe. What are the results? What are the consequences? Why the items they have fit now, they walk away or they are missing? What's happened to those people? They take the staff. They steal the staff, the official.
Thank you very much. Acting MM, I'm going to ask you to please kindly respond. There's a request of clarity, what procedures are being followed in terms of items, items lost which were not able to found by officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. May I ask Mr. Henny Leroux to assist us on that one, please?
Thank you very much. Meneer Leroux, sal u vir die raad toespreek? U mag voortgaan.
Madam Speaker, what from our side, what we do is we report it to the various departments. They should do an investigation and do a follow-up and do the necessary disciplinary action if there is any negligence from the official side itself. Previously, we did have situations where some of the cost regarding that assets has been recovered from the officials.
Thank you very much for that response. Councillor Buddha is indicating that he is absolutely comfortable. I see no lights, no objection. Agreed to. The item carries. We move. Item E21, quarterly environment report for the period ending the 31st of December 2024. For Council to take cognizance of the quarterly environment report, can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Mayor, please?
Madam Speaker, I would like to second.
Thank you very much. I'm opening up for questions of clarity and comments by anybody on this item. I see no lights, no objection. Agreed to. We move. Item E22. Monthly reports with regard to the supply chain management for the period October 2024 to December 2024 for Council to take cognizance. Can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I will propose. Thank you.
Councillor Furness is proposing. Thank you, Alderman. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Furness?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Any input, questions of clarity? Agreed to. We move. Item E23, Supply Chain Management Monthly Report for Deviations, approved for the period of October 2024 until December 2024. For Council to take cognizance thereof, can I have a proposer, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Do we have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Furness. Questions on the deviations? The light of Councillor Gwaza. Of course, you may proceed, Councillor Gwaza.
Madam Speaker, as an ANC, we are against on the deviations. As we requested many times, as we know that we've got informal settlements, plus minus 33. And if you check, if we look back in December, almost plus minus 100 checks that went down. And also there was nothing that will help those people with the starter pack, nothing happened. So every time we see deviations, but when you request something, we never been assisted through deviations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Noting that Councillor Bavuma is leaving the council chambers, the input of Councillor Gwaza is made. Councillor Gwaza, I note what you're raising was written in the submission by the Chief Whip, and there has been communication from the department, and we will attend to that in terms of the answers. So I just want Council to note that was basically what the ANC submitted. It's part of their submission. But Councillor Gwaza raised the issue in terms of deviations and speaking to the fact that she feels that for cases such as that, there is no emergency decisions taken and so forth. That is recorded and noted, and then the ANC being against it. Any other input? None. Agreed to. We record the ANC is against. Item carries. Thank you very much. Item E24, quarterly report from Supply Chain Management as at the 31st of December 2024. Can I please ask for a proposal for Council to take cognizance, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Councillor Van Dijk will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Van Dijk?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Opening up for comments, questions. See the light of Councillor Gwaza. You may proceed. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we requested before, Madam Speaker, as we know that we've got the high rate of unemployment youth, we requested that as in our community we've got small business people that are starting their own businesses, SMEs, if they can also be taking, they can take consideration to those who started their business. They can be given a chance so that they can also experience, because they are opening the businesses and not getting nothing. Every time there is tenders, they don't be considered. So I know that Gwen is there to help them, but even if they are there in the database, they must, at least if there's something that they can consider those small businesses, because as they SARS that they must pay everything. So when you're not getting any opportunity from your business so that you can be able to grow, so we need assistance there. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that input made. It is then, and your position, it is then recorded as such. Any other input? Yes, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm just going to ask through you that councillors observe relevance on the items before council. We are dealing with quarterly reports. Other requests should be put in through other processes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Whip, very much. We then move item E25, quarterly report for the expenditure section for the period ending the 31st of December 2024 for Council to take cognizance of. Can I have a proposer, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Furness. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Much appreciated. Opening up for comments on the item. None, we move. Thank you very much. We are then on item E26, minutes of the meeting of the Participating Municipalities Committee established in terms of the Waste Disposal Agreement in November 2024 in front of Council this morning to take cognizance of. Attached Annexure A. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. I proposed.
Alderman Boyson proposing. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Boyson?
Yes, yes, Madam Speaker, you have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. It's then recorded that Councillor Bavuma is back in the chambers. Can I ask for questions of clarity from members of Council on item E26? None agree to remove. Thank you very much. On item E, for example, wonderful, Councillor Claassen.
Yes, Speaker, you have a seconder.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Seconding, opening up to Council for comments. Question of clarity. Everybody in support, agree to the item carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Absolutely great initiative for Council and our town, of course. Item E28, the establishment of a non-profit company, Mossel Bay Arts and Culture Council. In front of Council, we have the recommendations for this item. It's listed 1 to 11. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Yes, Speaker, you have a proposer.
It is then Councillor Bavuma who is proposing, and I would like to ask Councillor Bavuma, point 7 of the recommendations indicate nominees to serve. Your proposal, does that include the nominees, please? Can I have a light for Councillor Bavuma?
That is Alderman Nicholas Boyson and Councillor Marilyn Kaname.
Thank you very much. We have the item, it's the establishment of a non-profit company for Mossel Bay Arts and Culture Council, with point 7 indicating directors to serve and members of council to be represented. It is being proposed by Councillor Bavuma that Alderman Boyson and Councillor Kannemeyer are then the nominees. Can I have a seconder, please?
I'm second on that, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Klaasen. I'm opening up for questions, comments, input. I see the lights of Councillor Porter and then Councillor Mkontu in that order. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance requests that this item goes to public participation. Thank you.
Public participation request from the Patriotic Alliance. I am going to ask, yes. Councillor Mkontu, Councillor Porter, I would need a seconder on that. There's a request from the Patriotic Alliance that the item goes through public participation. I need a seconder from council.
I full second. We are here for the public, so they must be part of the decisions that we are taking here as a council.
Thank you very much.
I also raise.
We then have the Patriotic Alliance proposing that it goes to public participation. It's been seconded by the ANC. I see the light of Councillor Mkontu before I proceed for vote and discussion. Councillor Mkontu, your light was on for your input. You may proceed now.
Madam Speaker, I have an issue here that when we take decisions here, we partisan. Then I say we only look one side of the party. The council is not the majority. The council is all of us here. So any committee that's supposed to be taken here that we need to so and so in that committee, we must also look that the council is not the majority of this council. It's for all parties. So as the ANC, we are not agree with one and the proposal that there must be two people in one party.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu. There's the request then for public participation, which has been seconded. Councillor Mkontu is then also putting it to council that the council reps must be inclusive and not from one party. Is that also a counter proposal? I would need a seconder for that.
Madam Speaker, as we are saying that it must firstly go, we seconded that it must go firstly go to public participation.
Okay,
when it's coming back, we can put our names up until the day. Then I think the other side understand that we are all council here.
Okay, thank you. So it's you stand in by the request of public participation. Any other inputs? All good.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
If you said, I don't know where the point is, but on the point said you can nominate two councillors. It would also say if we nominate two people, councillors, that it will be. The ANC can also nominate, or any other party can also nominate two councillors, and then we can negotiate or we will go to the vote. It's just, we can't just say that we are in council. Yes, we are in council, and council have processes. If I can ask for our legal team, is this why the establishment of this committee, is it legal or illegal?
Thank you very much, councillors. You will note there on point 4, it indicates that the Arts and Culture Council should have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 7 directors. And then point 7, that 3 directors in terms of item 6 will nominate 4 additional suitably qualified experienced directors to serve on the board. In terms of the proposals made, we need to propose which council representatives will serve, and there was such a proposal made by Councillor Pavuma. Council Whip.
I think I was first.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu, your second back, and then the Council Whip.
Madam Speaker, when we are saying that we are all council here, we know that we have majority, we have opposition. Then any committee that need to be served by this council, not the councillors, by this council, need to take to consideration that we need to be fair to each other. Here we take oath and we have a document that says Batupile, the fairness. So it's supposed to be whoever come with the proposal of coming with the 2 names, have the fairness in their proposals, that at least let's have another party in those names that need to submit it.
Thank you very much. Councillors, at point 6, it states, in order to do the registration process, council nominate 2 councillors as well as the director community services, who will then be the 3 council representatives on the structure, just for you to note, so that is what we are at, and that is what the item is about, and why we need to submit nominations. Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DA is going to stand by its initial recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that position. Yes, Councillor Krieger.
Yes, Speaker. I'm reading through the recommendations. I can see that this is initial for the 3 directors, just to do the start of the application for the NPO. And it also said in number 7 that the 3 directors in item 6 will nominate 4 additional suitable qualified experienced directors to serve on the board of directors. So this is just step 1 in the process for this NPO. So yeah, I do see the sense in that.
Indeed, Councillor Krieger, where it will be opened up to the public for the committees, the members to get people with expertise. That is what it says. Alderman Boyson.
Madam Speaker, if the ANC have seen in this item when they was having a caucus, why they haven't come to talk to us and said we will nominate someone on the, why will they come to debate in council like we are monsters? If they do their duty, they could come to us. Madam Speaker, we are the majority. Yes, indeed, it's true. We got 67.6% for to sit here in this council. If you say there's something wrong and you read it up in your agenda, go to the chief whip and talk to the chief whip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Boyson. I will have Mr. Prince respond in terms of that question of legality. First, I see the light of Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Porter. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the argument here, when Councillor Bavuma proposed, he proposed also the names of the DA people. That is the argument. So here the request is simply said, if we nominate any committee by virtue of the police and the legislature, we must include everybody. That is the argument. I don't see any fight in this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Porter and then Councillor Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't understand why the big fuss about this committee. Because the simple request to take it to public participation, I don't think it's that big a deal. But it seems that the DA, Speaker, through you, what Councillor Boyson referred to by the majority and all that, it's a simple request, Speaker. Just take it to public participation, and then when we come back, we can conclude about the directors and all that. So, yeah. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter, for your input made. Councillor Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important through you for councillors to understand that the committees of councils are different from the initial startups of non-profit companies. And that's why we are sticking to our recommendations as proposed, and we are ready to proceed.
Thank you very much for your input, May. I'll have the Mayor give his input and then Mr. Prince before I conclude on the item with the two proposals on the table. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I'm unclear of what must be public participated. I do agree that we can communicate to the community of the intention. It was also this council intention to establish the Arts Festival, the Arts Month, including this initiative. So it all came from in here. So I think we can communicate the steps forward. I don't think we need any other inputs. So like I said, I don't know what must be public participated, except for communicating that we now take a next step. Our first effort was very successful, and now this is the next step towards seeing how we can collaborate with the Art Society.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I will be with you now, Councillor. Thank you very much, councillors. On on point 7, where it reads, point 7 of the recommendations, where it reads that the 3 directors in item 6 will nominate 4 additional suitably qualified, experienced directors. I would like to add from the public to serve on the board of directors. Just want clarity from the proposer if you would be comfortable if we add those 2 words in, so that it is very clear that it will then be from the public, and the team will have the responsibility to and be tasked to do that. Yes, can I have quickly? Help my gou hier met 'n rooi lig. I'm trying to assist with the request being made. Yes, Councillor Verwoerd.
Speaker, yes, I do.
Are you
accept.
comfortable with that addition?
Yes.
The seconder.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I have requested clarity from Mr. Prince. He says that indeed that can be amended so that it is clear in terms of point 7. Councillor Krieger. First Councillor Baron and then Councillor Krieger. Are you covered now? Okay, happy. Councillor Baron, you may proceed. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I think arts and culture is too much important for all communities that we need to include, or it must be across the spectrum of political parties. If communities divide each other because of arts and culture, then we create a competition outside. And I don't think council wants that. So we need to include across the political spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input made. Just clarity, you're referring to members of council or members of public, because I think it would be evident that we cannot look when we want inclusiveness and we need to seek expertise. It's not about political representation. It's about expertise. I just want clarity, Councillor Baron.
Yes, Speaker, we need to think about if you are in charge and you have the most seats in council, it can change any day. So you must think about the future. Will I be, want I to be part of the culture of our town? And if the next one come in and say, no, I don't want you, then it's not good for our community. So I'm talking about council.
Thank you very much for your clarity, your input noted and recorded. Mr. Prince, in terms of the question of clarity for legal status. Can I have the red light for Mr. Prince, please? Is liggie is aan. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you. This is an initiative from Council whereby Council wishes to establish a Mossel Bay Arts and Culture Council, and it's important to note that it's not a committee of Council, as stated by the whip, but that this will be a non-profit company or organization where all local artists, and I think that addresses Council's Baron concern as well, that so it will be all over Mossel Bay, and that will be in order to help and coordinate and promote local artists in the greater Mossel Bay municipal area. Now, to do that, you need an entity, and if the decision goes through, it will by means of a non-profit organization, which is completely legal, and therefore the recommendation to Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. I'm going to bring the two proposals to a vote. If, just let me see, is there any other inputs? We have the recommendations as is with the amendment on point 7, which is very clear that it would need to include members of the public who are qualified and has expertise. Can I please ask, and then we have the request from Councillor Porter that the item goes through public participation, and it has been supported by Councillor Mkuntu. So I am going to put this to a vote. In terms of the request, the public participation request brought by the PA, can I please see who is in support of the request that has been seconded by Councillor Mkuntu, please? By the show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you very much. Can I please, by the show of hands, those in support of the proposal brought by Councillor Bavuma, supported by Councillor Claassen, with the amendment on point 7 being very clear that it must include members of the public which is qualified. By the show of hands, please, and the two nominees thereof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Would the Freedom Front like to go on record?
Freedom Front plus abstain.
Freedom Front plus abstain. Thank you very much, councillors. The outcome then, in terms of the vote. Sorry, Raadslid. Abstain. It's noted that Councillor Wellman is excusing herself from the council chambers. The outcome is the vote in favour of the proposal with the amendment on point 7, made by Councillor Bavuma, seconded by Councillor Claassen, 19. Against, with the proposal of Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Mkuntu, 6. And then we have the Freedom Front abstaining, and also ICOSA abstaining. The item thus carries. Thank you very much. We move on item E to 9. Proposed construction of a social hub on Earth 13199, number 39 Terence and Dunda Street in Joe Slovo Village, Mossel Bay. This is an item for the establishment of a facility that will serve the needs of the community of 412 in that area. Can I please have a proposal?
Proposed, Speaker. This item may come a long way.
It is the ward councillor who is proposing for approval. Can I please have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Councillor Satunsha seconding. Can I open up for question of clarity and inputs? Indeed, a legacy project, Councillor Buddha. If I could, I wanted to propose myself. you would know that this has been coming for 2 terms already. Thank you very much to the Director of Community Services for her and the team, Mayor. This is a legacy project, and I'm looking forward to, with Council to see that it gets to life. No objection, agreed to. Thank you very much. The community of Ward 12 will be happy. Item E30, proposed amendments to the fleet management and small machinery policy. In front of Council for approval. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose this item.
Alderman Delamain proposing. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Is there any questions of clarity from Council members on the item? None, no objection. Agreed to. We move. Item E31, proposed alienation of a portion of Earth 171. It's noted that Councillor Kutsia is leaving the Council chambers together with Councillor Botha. They're excusing themselves from item E31. Proposed alienation of a portion of Earth 1712 Kwanangaba, situated adjacent to Earth 1378 in Kwanangaba, at number 121 Genswana Drive in Kwanangaba, by the Nukatula Baby and Disabled Child Care Center. This has been through the committees. We have the recommendations listed 1 to 13. Can I please have a proposer in that regard?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, before I do my proposal, I just want to mention some things, please. This project is coming on a long time, Speaker, and I'm glad to say that me, myself, and Councillor Tabu Mvumvu was, we were the champions to drive this thing. And whilst the 2 councillors left the chambers, I have to thank them, Speaker, for their services to get this project where it is now. And they did that, they give their services free of charge, Madam Speaker. And the work of these people is of such nature. It is really like in, sometimes at hospital, where there's a shortage of beds, the hospital contact these people to ask them to accommodate some of the patients. With that, we have, I would like to propose this item for approval. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Payman. Do we have a seconder?
Definitely, Speaker. I second the item.
It is seconded by Councillor Mvumvu. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. I see the light of Councillor Buddha. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. No, Speaker, we don't have a problem with this. But I was amazed, Speaker. I see the councillor from other wards, they go out. I do understand. I see the recommendation number 10. I see what is happening there. But I was worried they are going to contact the ward councillor. I want just to ask a question. By the time you establish this thing, you go forward and forward, you left behind the ward councillor there, of the ward councillor's part and parcel of that disabled people there, of he left behind, and then the responsibility is taken by those councillors. I want just to make sure whether I've got the right to go in Ward 10, in Ward 4, in what else, what ward is what, not my ward. Any ward of the day, can I go there to Konyapa?
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Question of clarity to Councillor Buddha in terms of the role ward councillors play, in particularly in this item. Alderman Payman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to make it clear, this wasn't a political visit. These people contacted us to ask us whether we can assist them to get a bigger piece of land to expand the facility and so on. So it wasn't politically driven, but we were invited by these people to see
in what way we can assist them. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for the clarity of the request that came from the public and which was then supported by the relevant people. Is there any objections to this? The lights of Councillor Buddha, Councillor Dabula and Councillor Mkontu in that order.
Speaker, is clear and vivid what the Deputy Mayor is saying. I'm asking, when you are invited by those people in Ganswana Drive to help them in terms of the financial or whatsoever, are you leaving the ward councillor behind? Did you inform the ward councillor, no, let's go there, as a legit ward councillor there? That's what I'm asking. Go alone there.
Thank you very much for that question. Councillor Dabula, Councillor Mkontu, and then the Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening to the Deputy Mayor is saying, but if you not go there in the political, is go there as a Deputy Mayor. Why is not informed the Ward Council as a question from the Chief of the ANC? I remember, Madam Speaker, the day the people of the Marikana, the committee was dispute the project of upgrading former settlement. I was visiting the office of the Director Nell that day. Then these people, I was here in the council chamber. Then the Deputy Mayor was calling me to come in the council chamber because the people of the Ward 1 is here. That committee, I was dispute the project. Then I was come here, I was see, and the Director Fender is here, and also the Mr. Mava was here. Then I was questioning me about this meeting. Then I was answered, I don't understand about the meeting here. So that is why now, if you can read that commendation from point 10, the same must go to the public participation in the process of the council, ward council, including the ward committees. But as a ward council, I don't know even the first discussion there, I don't know even the day I was visiting there as a deputy mayor, because the people I say is not go to the political. Why not inform if you don't go there, the political is go there as a governance? Because end of the day, Madam Speaker, sorry, before I'm leaving this, I understand fully the situation that Nogutula, all the time was working that Ganswana Drive. Even these people is not come to me as a ward councillor to tell me I want for a piece of land there. So that to extend that yard, I understand fully. And I understand that piece of land, there is no piece of land after that one because I know the lot of bushing that side. You see, Madam Speaker. But still the question need the answer.
Thank you very much. Ward Councillor asking a question why he was not part from the start. Councillor Mkontu.
Madam Speaker, I think the question needs the answer that was directed to the Deputy Mayor. We are not saying they didn't do wrong things, but they to assist. But I have a question to you as a speaker. We are here, we are all elected, and we were all competing in all these wards. That's the reason we have ward councillors. There is a reason. There is a reason that we must compete in that ward, and there must be one party that can win, of which the person of that ward is the chair of that ward, the ward councillors. Anything goes in, goes out, the chairperson of that ward need to know it. So I want to ask you as a Madam Speaker, because here we need to be fair. And when we need to be fair, we need also to understand we take an oath. When we take an oath here, one of the things we need to be honest, I think is part of the oath. So I just want to understand, when the other ward councillors from the other ward go and interfere on matters of the other ward without consulting the ward council of that area, what calls that?
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu. Indeed, it is my job to oversee the ward councillors and council in general. I can confirm that Monday at the executive meeting with the directors and the mayor, I made again such a submission that in particular ward councillors be included and not excluded. The mayor can confirm if I did that or not. I did that as the speaker whilst we were having discussions on a number of things. So in my role, I always try to do that, and I can confirm, and you would very well know that, Councillor Mkuntu, at the ward forum, I give you that assurance. Once you request, the support is there. With this particular item, which now has been championed by the Deputy Mayor in his capacity as MECO member for housing, I am going to request him to respond in that capacity, and your input has been noted. Deputy Mayor, and then the Mayor, and then Alderman Boyson, in that order. Councillor Mkuntu, your inputs are indeed noted. There's a question regarding the ward councillor role with reference to the start of this initiative. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I will answer. Speaker, I would like to, through you, to Councillor Debula. This project comes on so long. You wasn't even in council at that time, right? At that time, may soul rest in peace, Councillor Lichaba was the one that went with us on the first visit to Nokutula. Since that time, when we address the thing with the administration, we leave it to the administration to go ahead with the thing. So the ward councillor of the ANC at that stage, which was the late councillor Lichaba, was involved. So it wasn't, once again, I would like to stress the point that it wasn't a politically visit there, because Councillor Lichaba at that stage was involved. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. I can recall from my time as a MECO member responsible for community services. At the time, I was the very first one who paid a visit in that capacity with the department. It then was under Director Edward Yankis. So that's how far back the requests come. So I can concur with what Alderman Boyson, Alderman Bayman has shared at this point in time. Thank you, Alderman Bayman, Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. Yep. This is not a unique problem. I even get it sometimes when in the DA some of ward members go to other councillors or to me. I think firstly, as the mayor, you must understand that me and the deputy mayor, we are not allocated to wards, so I don't need anybody's permission to go to no ward. Obviously, it's just nice to communicate well and to tell somebody, so I hear the request that we in future do try to communicate better. But then I think also councillors must sometimes look in the mirror as well, Speaker, because when a community or a member come to me, and that sometimes, as I say, also happen not necessarily only with the ANC, when a resident come to me or the deputy mayor or sometimes to another councillor, the members of the community couldn't care less who's their councillor. There's no rule out there that the community can only speak with whoever you would like them to speak to. They can speak to whoever they like. And if that community member tells me they don't want to speak to somebody else, then me as the mayor, I respect that. I'm not going to tell that person, no, in terms of the rules that we play by, I must now inform this guy or take that guy with, and so on. So just keep in mind that sometimes community members come and then they've got sometimes personal issues, sometimes, like I say, even in the DA with another person. Or you just feel more comfortable to communicate with the other person because there's maybe a personal relationship or you know him. But this has in the past also created anger in our caucus. So we're trying to deal with it and manage it, and there's nothing wrong with the request, Speaker. I think it's what's geldige versoek in Engels. It's a valid request. So
Valid.
we take note, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, and you are indeed correct, and I want to confirm, and I stand by it as a speaker. I've made that submission, and the Mayor is responsible for his own program, and to engage members of the public when they submit requests to the Executive Mayor, and it deals with a lot of them. And he is indeed correct that he doesn't need permission when he needs to go out in that capacity. Alderman Boyson, and then Councillor Mvumbu, and then Councillor Machusini, then Councillor Dapula, and then Councillor Buddha on the matter before we conclude.
Madam Speaker, the Mayor said the most already. I will say. I was with Councillor Dubula. We was visiting that day. What is the problem then? Is there a problem? It's not that visit. We was having a visit there, and we was eating there with you, Councillor Dubula. So I don't understand how.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's keep to relevance in terms of the rules of order. Let's just be disciplined now. Thank you. Councillor Boyson reminding Councillor Dabula that they had a visit there. Thank you, Alderman Boyson. Councillor Dabula, Councillor Machusini, Vumbu, and Buddha in that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to respond to the Alderman Boyson. He did not invite me. I was going to Luchaba Street to solve the problem there. Then you can see the car of the alderman. Then I was check what's happening there, because a lot of the people there. Then I was going inside. That day, through a Madam Speaker, the PR Councillor Mvumbo was going to the common room there, because I don't want me to see you there. Why? Why you go to the common room there? But you go to the governance. You see? So please don't attend for this one to move this item to speak another issues. Now, I'm talking about the item here, and I'm talking about the recommendation, the number 10. And the question the Chief Whip would still is laying there. Through your Speaker, I'm very disappointed the senior of the council, the Deputy Mayor, to speak like that. The Peter Lichaba is no more life now. It's not here. Who's in charge right now, that ward? Who's the person in the polls? Who's the person in the winning the ward there in the 2021? The name is Councillor Babalo Dubula. So everything from this 2021 to 2026, if you come here in the council meeting, it's obvious it's a ward councillor of Dubula. So we must be to communicate. If the deputy mayor, you have the truth. If he's go there as a governance, thank you, mayor, to respond. You know another words was attached political, but I don't go to political. But the question still is there. Is no answer.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, stick to relevance. We can't now back and forth around a matter which I think has been addressed by the mayor in terms of moving forward. So let's stick to the item on the agenda and settle whatever you need to settle. But let's get to a point where you either indicate whether you were against or in support of the item. For the community, the issue around the ward councillor. Point 10 makes provision that the item will now go out on public participation. So I want council and the public to note the item here will go out and the ward councillor will play a role in that regard. It's very clear in the recommendation of point 10. Councillor Machusini and then Councillor Mbungu and then Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask
deputy mayor. If he was go there by a governance, he was supposed to start to the council. But if he was going there politically, he will pass the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me stand up, give a respect to you. Thank you, Speaker. No, this thing is simple. Nobody can reject this thing. It will be against because it's the interest of the committee. But we want just everyone to be cautious. Let me make an example. If any councillor here, he go to Mama's, what do you call ward, he go to Anaji's ward, and then gather the people there without consulting the ward committee. When is a confusion and then is something wrong and then people are rising. In our people, when they are rising, they come to your house and then they want to throw stone in no house. That is why it's simple, it's in the rules of order. If you go there, it's not political. Apart from the campaign, next year we're going to campaign. If you go in the government, told him with the phone, I'm here, I'm going to serve these people. I'm here, I'm bringing the bread here in these people. Just as all, simple as that. Tell the ward councillor. So I don't want to make confusion or go there, maybe I talk funny thing to another word. At the end of the day, when the people, they make picketing of everything, then it's a chaos. That is all about this. Thank you very much. But we never be against this thing. We support fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much for repeating the plea which the Mayor has responded to. Councillor Mvumvu, and then I'm concluding on this item. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, thanks to Councillor Buddha from what he's saying, and also thanks to the Mayor in terms of summing up as to what needs to be transpired. If you take this back from the beginning, I know that we elaborated more on this issue, but it is important for the council to know that you can't run away in terms of following the right processes. The right processes, Speaker, I can confirm to you that were followed. I was the first councillor that was conducted. Being a councillor that was consulted as a PR councillor, I did sensitize this to the colleagues. Remember, we even went there and visited the house, and we never even wear the political regalia to show that we are visiting here as the Democratic Alliance. We never done that. I myself, I went straight to Councillor Lishaba, as he was the neighbor back then. He came and he told me straight that, hey, I know this, it have a political influence. Please don't call me again when it comes to this particular issue. I said then, if you are saying this, please repeat this to the deputy mayor who is here, so that at least we know that we've got witnesses. I'm raising this issue, Speaker, because I want to raise it out to everyone around this table to say that we never deviated from that process. I knew and we knew that he had to be part and parcel of that program. I was under the impression, the fact that Councillor Dubula is saying he was never being contacted. We thought maybe the ANC will revert back to its decision to say that from what Councillor Lishaba have said, we are changing now. We want to be part and parcel of this. I don't think there was an issue with that. There was nothing that was hidden, but it's just that the owners of the house chose to speak with its particular councillor. Hence, I advised them the right direction. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your inputs made. Indeed, it has been confirmed that moving forward, the request which has been made in terms of the inclusiveness, and this perhaps acting MM also from administration side, and then the mayor who has already given his commitment to council. This is in the interest of babies and people with special needs being serviced in the Kwanangaba community, which is Ward 1. Is there any objection to this item? Agreed to, we move. Thank you very much. Item E32, proposed delineation of portion of Earth 791, Tergniet situated adjacent to Earth 862, in Tergniet at number 32 Galjoen Street. by C.A. Kruger. Can I please have a proposer in terms of the recommendations,
Thank you,
which
Madam.
is listed 1 to 15?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the item.
Alderman Delamain proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Annie. It is recorded that Councillor Botha and Councillor Kutsia has rejoined the meeting for the previous item, where they have indicated that they then voluntarily assisted the applicant. All right. Is there any issues on item E32? Questions of clarity? Any objections? Councillor Mkuntu?
Tatingwalasela.
U kan maar voortgaan, dankie. You may proceed.
I thought that Naziga, we can just say, because I said that we take a Ingwalasela.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkuntu, but you must also be sensitive to the fact that not all of us knows everything. Ne? Asseblief toch. No objection, agreed to. Item E33, proposed delineation of a portion of Earth 7881 in Dana Bay, which is situated adjacent to Earth 7778 in Dana Bay at number 41P Loria Street by Chico's Panel and Paint, CC. The recommendations is listed there for council to take a decision on 1 to 13. Can I please have a proposer?
Propose, Speaker.
The ward councillor is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Councillor Erika is seconding. Any questions of clarity? Any objections? Agreed to. We move. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker.
Ja, sit hom op. Ek kan hom nie sien nie. Haar kom so regop. Councillor Mkonto, you may proceed on item E33.
Sithatha ingqwalasela.
Dis reg, geen probleem.
Cognizance.
Matthews, wat het die raadslid gesê? Dankie. Thank you, Councillor Mkonto. No objections, agreed to. We move item E34, proposed delineation of a portion of road reserve at a portion of Earth 9333 in Mossel Bay, which is situated adjacent to Earth 9289 in Mossel Bay at number 65 Rogers Street by JG and DA the campus. Can I please have a proposal in terms of the recommendations listed? A proposal for the item, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose the item for approval.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. Can I have a seconder?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to second.
Thank you very much. Any questions of clarity from any councillor? Yes, you like. Councillor Mkonto?
Asinayo yinazi question of clarity. We are against.
The ANC indicating their position being against the item. It is recorded as such. Any other input? We move with the ANC against. It is recorded. Carries with a majority support. Item E35, approval for the rectification transfers of Urban 6174, 6175 and 6176 in Mossel Bay, situated at Elf Drive in the Almeida Extension 8. Can I please have a proposal in this regard in terms of the recommendations before Council 1 to 8?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose this item.
The Ward Council is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments on the item. No objections, agreed to. The item carries unanimously. Item E36, proposed transfer from Garden Route District Municipality to the Mossel Bay Municipality. It is of 271 in Reebok. Can I please have a proposal in this regard in terms of the recommendations that are listed 1 to 5 before council?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very excited, so I'll definitely propose this item. Thank you.
As u die wijkraadslid. Ward Councillor Delamain excited to propose. Thank you very much. Seconder, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second also, and with my colleague, I'm very happy to have it.
Seconder, Councillor Annie, also very happy. Thank you very much. Opening up for questions and comments from council members. I see the light of Councillor Mkuntu.
Ingolasela.
Matthews, wat sê die raadslid? Okay, baie dankie. Thank you very much. The item carries. There's no objections. Agreed to. Item E37, approval of transfer of Irvin 6666, 668, 6684 and 6685 in Hartenbos, situated at Sonskyn Valley, to the Afrikaanse Taal en Kultuur Vereniging deur die ATKV. Voor die raad is die aanbevelings 1 tot 6. Kan ek 'n voorsteller kry in die verband?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Ward Councillor Botha proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll second the proposal.
Executive Deputy Mayor seconding. Is there any inputs or questions of clarity from any member of council? Yes, Councillor Mkuntu.
Madam Speaker, siyaphikisana nayo nezinto besiziraise kakhulu pha kwi-committee. So sisamena ngolo hlobo.
Thank you very much. The ANC indicating that they are against the item by issues, inputs made at the committee meeting also. It is noted and recorded. Thank you very much, Councillor Mkuntu. Any other inputs, questions? We then move with a majority vote. The item carries. It's recorded that the ANC is against. Thank you very much. Item E38, proposed alienation of a portion of the Farm 305/0 in Great Break River, adjacent to Earth 927 in Gemini Street by Ben Botha Family Trust. Can I please have a proposal in terms of the recommendations before council? 1 to 2. 1 to 2.
Thank you, Speaker. Ek stel se voor.
Alderman Delamain is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second this item.
Councillor Annie is seconding. Can I open up for questions and comments by councillors? None. The item carries with a majority unanimously. No objections. Agreed to. We move. Item E39, proposed delineation of a portion of the road reserve, which is a portion of Earth 9333 in Mossel Bay. It is situated adjacent to Earth 9279 at number 77 Roger Street by J.C. Kutsia. Councillor Kutsia is excusing himself from this item for reasons mentioned. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose item E39 of February 2025 for approval.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. I see the light of Councillor Baron.
Freedom Front Plus abstain.
Freedom Front Plus is abstaining. Yes, Councillor Mkontu.
Starting Mossel.
Thank you very much. The item thus carries with a majority vote. The Freedom Front is abstaining, and the ANC just indicated that they're taking cognizance. We move. Can Councillor Kutsia come back, please? Item E40, proposed alienation of a portion of road reserve at a portion of Earth 9333 in Mossel Bay, which is situated adjacent to Earth 9295 in Mossel Bay at number 53 Rogers Street by C.A. Dinam and J. Clifford. Recommendations listed for council. 1 to 16. Can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I proposed.
Alderman Boyson is proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Thank you, Speaker, I do.
Councillor Mvumbu is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and input. No objection, agreed to. We move. The item carries. Item E41, alienation of unregistered earth 21791 in Mossel Bay. It is situated at Bill Jeffrey Drive in Mountain View. The recommendations for council to consider. Can I please have a proposer? 1 to 23. Proposer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose this item.
Councillor Meyer proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Alder Lady Reuters seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments to member of council. Councillor Mkontu.
Starting Mossel.
Thank you very much. Ward Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be grateful if we can just refresh their minds by means of public participation, those people of Mountain View. Thank you.
Include a process of public participation. Acting Municipal Manager, Director Venter, it is noted as such. Can it be recorded that Alderman Boyson is excusing himself? The request of Councillor Buddha is noted and it is indicated that the MM will attend to it. Any objection to the item? None. Agreed to. The item carries. We move. Item E42, proposed delineation of a portion of Earth 3 in Tergnit, situated adjacent to Earth 228 at number 39 Van Zyl Street by P.J. LaRue. Recommendations in front of council for consideration. 1 to 13. Can I have a proposer, please?
Dankie, Speaker. Ek stel so voor.
Alderman Delamain proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Dankie, Speaker. Ek sekondeer.
Thank you, Councillor Annie, for seconding. Opening up to council for inputs. Question of clarity. No objection. Agreed to. The item carries.
No,
We
Madam
move.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. You may proceed.
Si Tata Mossel, Madam Speaker. But I have a question.
You may proceed with your question.
My question, Madam Speaker, I've been noticing here every time when they came, the Department of Planning, they came with the alienations or encroachment. They never come, or if they are coming, they will say there's something went wrong or to purchase. They are not purchasing the land for the poor, especially those who are in the former settlements. I would request to this council that the planning, they must also come with plans of purchasing land.
Input is noted and recorded. Thank you very much. No objection to the item. Unanimously, it carries. We move. Item E43, proposed delineation of a portion of Earth 342 in Tergnit, situated adjacent to Earth 520 at number 413 Kus Road by M.D. Hortman. Recommendations for consideration. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the item.
Alderman Delamain proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second the item.
Councillor Annie. Questions of clarity, inputs from members of council? Yes, Councillor Mkontu.
Against, Madam.
Against. ANC indicating their position being against. Any other input? Item carries with the majority vote. It's recorded that the ANC is against. We move. Thank you very much. Item E44. Proposed delineation of a portion of earth 23379 in Mossel Bay, adjacent to earth 12424 at number 69A off Mayor Street by CM Krause. Can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, as the Ward Councillor, I propose this item.
Ward Councillor proposing for approval. Can I please have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will support the proposal.
Thank you very much. Opening for comments, questions of clarity.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. It's recorded as such. Ek wil glo jy het gesê neem kennis. No objections, agreed to. We move. Item E45. Proposed measures to reduce advertising costs relating to the prescribed public participation process. Recommendations listed 1 to 3. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose, and I would like, with your indulgence, to thank the department for the manner in which this will assist local economic development.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Leroux, as the portfolio chairperson. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Leroux, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I concur, and I second definitely what Councillor Nikki has been saying. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Councillor Leon. Opening up for comments, questions of clarity. Councillor Mkontu.
We are in support.
The item carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item E46. Proposed settlement, Mossel Bay Municipality by No Hunt House property. It is a portion of the farm 1 to 9, which is in Wolverdan's Great Brack River. This is expropriation. The recommendations are listed 1 to 8. Bringing council attention to bullet point number 2 in terms of approval for the amount of 500,000 rand. Can I please have a proposer?
I propose, Speaker.
Ward Councillor proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Thank you very much, Alderman Delamain. Inputs, comments from members of council? Yes, Councillor Mkontu.
Madam Speaker, we are supporting this item, a special expropriation. I like that wording. We have a land. Sorry?
No, I'm just saying that I thought that you would definitely be able to welcome this item.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we also have a land that we need to expropriate as councillor. The land next to the N2. That land, it's a public. No.
I need to protect Councillor Mkontu. Can you have the floor, please? Thank you very much. I'm protecting you. You may proceed.
That land need the councillor to take a decision of this nature.
Point of order called by Councillor Botha. Councillor Mkontu, can I have the light for Councillor Botha?
Madam Speaker, we are not discussing expropriation in general. We are discussing the item that is before council. I would therefore ask that we stay relevant. Thank you.
In terms of the rules of order, relevance, Councillor Mkontu speaking to the item.
I'm speaking through this item. We have people that don't have land. and in this council, they passed that they are purchasing that land. We were informed that the person that is not agree with the department and the planning. But my plea.
Councillor Kontu, please relevance. We're not discussing other cases. We're discussing item E46. Relevance, please. Thank you very much.
My plea, the expropriation must be treated as equal, especially for those who are disadvantaged. I don't know, maybe the Afro Forum, they are scared of expropriation.
Relevance, please. Relevance. You out of order, Councillor Kontu. That concludes your speaking opportunity. Thank you very much. We note you are passionate. You always speak about this, but just stay relevant. Is there any objection to this item? I see the light of Councillor Baron.
Yeah, Freedom Front Plus abstain.
Freedom Front Plus is abstaining. It is recorded as such. The item carries with a majority vote. We move. Thank you very much. The inputs made by Councillor Mkontu is recorded. Item E47, proposed alienation of unregistered urban 4727 and 4728, which is in Great Park River, adjacent to Earth 4735 by John Trust. Recommendations listed. 1 to 2, can I please have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose this item. My apology.
Dit is al 'n bietjie laat, ja, raadslid. En is waarom ek
Not
verstaan
to be
100%.
ja,
100%. Ek voel ook so. Councillor Annie is proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Speaker, not to allowed.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Not approved.
Not approved.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Ek almal dit so. Can we have a seconder for that proposal? Council Whip.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to clarify, the recommendations read that the item not be supported, so we are in fact proposing the item as is.
Thank you very much for that clarification. The seconder was Councillor Klaasene. Thank you very much. Any questions or objections? Agree to, the item carries. Thank you very much. Just gonna take a 2-minute breather quickly. 2 minutes, yeah. It's not enough time for a smoke break. I just want us to breathe. Thank you very much. Kom sit nou, onderburgemeester met jou wattekkies aan. Kom sit. Kom sit asseblief. Thank you very much, colleagues. We now reconvening. The time is now at 1 o'clock. We still have lots of items to do, and we're pushing very hard. I hope South Cape College is still online, so that you can understand and experience the job of a council in terms of taking decisions for the community. We are on item E. 48. The proposed delineation of a portion of Earth 2711 in Mossel Bay. It is adjacent to Urban 9320 at number 62 on Roger. Can I please have a proposal in terms of the recommendations? That is before Council 1 to 14.
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item with the amendment that the purchase price be changed to 600,000 rand.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia, for proposing with the amendment. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second with the amendment to that increase in purchase price.
Perfect. Indeed, can I open up for questions of clarity and comments? Councillor Kontu.
Madam Speaker, I thought the people that were doing that are officials. I'm just not clear whether we also calculating what price should we sell as a council, or there are officials that are supposed to do that, guiding by the policy. Thanks, Madam Speaker. We abstain on this one.
This council take decisions. The item is before council to take a decision. There was a proposer, and we will have to decide or either put it to a vote. ANC's indicating they are against. Abstaining. Thank you very much. Any other input? Yes, Councillor Botha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just through you as a clarification, it remains the property of council, and council can set the price for its property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item carries with a majority vote. The ANC indicating they abstain. It is recorded as such. Thank you very much. Item E49, proposed amendment to the Employee Assistance Program policy. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Portfolio Chairperson proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I do second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Setunsa. Opening up for comments, question of clarity. No objections, agreed to remove. The item carries. Item E50, salary and wage collective agreement, gap market allowance. Before council is the recommendation for approval. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much. Portfolio Chairperson proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Furness, opening up for comments, question of clarity. No objections, agreed to. The item carries. We move. Item E51, closing of offices for the annual wellness event of 2025 for this year. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I propose, and I would like to thank the administration for the very hard work they do, and I hope that they all participate in this event.
Thank you very much indeed, Portfolio Chairperson. The wellness of the people working for this organization is a priority, and this is then a welcoming initiative and a vote of thanks there from the Portfolio Chairperson. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second this item also.
Thank you very much. Any inputs, comments, objections? Agreed to. The item carries. We move. Item E52, appointment as chairperson, Provincial Chief Fire Officers Committee. Council to take cognizance that Mr. J.J. Johnson, as chairperson of the Western Cape Chief Fire Officers Committee, he has been appointed to that position. Can I have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Chair, it makes me very proud to congratulate Chief Johnson on the achievement again. Once again, it's more than 10 years that he's been in that specific post, and to be re-elected unanimously is a great achievement. So I certainly would like to propose, and I'm very proud to propose.
Thank you very much, Portfolio Chairperson, recognizing the work of Mr. Johnson also. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Speaker, we have a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Bavuma. Any inputs, comments, objection? Council note, and we would like to congratulate Mr. Johnson in his absence and for the work that he is doing. We then move item E53, support to City of Cape Town declaration of a formal intergovernmental dispute between the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act number 13 of 2005, the District Development Model, DDM.
Madam Speaker, I would certainly propose as the chairperson of the portfolio, but yes, understanding the issues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Ek was nog 'n bietjie stadig. Jy het my gehelp daar.
Dankie,
It is to be noted that Cape Town has formally declared a dispute in this regard. Being proposed by Councillor Van Dijk, and have a seconder.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Councillor Leroux is seconding. Thank you very much. Any inputs, questions of clarity? Yes, Councillor Machesini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. ANC abstain.
The ANC abstain. It is recorded as such. We then move item E55, the lease of land and building, the remainder of 12458. Het ek enetjie oorgeslaan. Sê weer? Ja, ek het nie wat tekkies aan soos u nie. Ek moet hier ten volle fokus. Item E54, the participation and implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals at the Mossel Bay Municipality. We have the recommendations 1 to 7. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will gladly propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Is there any input? No objection, agreed to. The item carries. Item E55, the lease at the Good Shed with Transnet. Can I please have a proposal in terms of the recommendations 1 to 9?
Madam Speaker, this municipality pays a very high premium on local economic development and job creation. And while I propose that we accept this proposal or this recommendation, I also would add a proviso, and that is that we refer this matter to the Department of Public Enterprises, particularly referring to the quantum of the lease. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that proposal with that amendment. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, is the Ward Councillor second?
With the amendment.
Correct, with the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Opening up for questions of clarity, Councillor De Bula. No, Councillor Mkontu. Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu.
Madam Speaker, asinayo ingxaki nokuliswa komhlaba. Siyexhasa.
Okay, I thought Matthews was saying I have a problem, and now he says We're supporting it. Of ek is net moeg. Goed, Councillor Mkonto, you indicating that the ANC is supporting the item. And Koskakulu. Unanimously, no objections, we move. Item E56, service agreement, final.
That's klaar, moeg.
En dan nou? As alles onder beheer. Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. We note that you excuse yourself on item E56. Services agreement, final determination at Earth 3991 Dyer Strand for the development contributions, Diaz Boulevard. Recommendations for council to consider. Can I have a proposal, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I would propose.
Ward councillor proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would second the proposal.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Opening up for comments, questions of clarity. I see the light of Councillor Baron.
Abstain, Freedom Front Plus.
Freedom Front indicating that they are abstaining from this item. Any other? None.
Speaker.
Patriotic Alliance,
Will also
Councillor
be abstaining.
Porter.
Thank you, Speaker.
Absolutely abstaining. Councillor Dabula.
ANC abstain.
ANC is abstaining. Does Ikosa want to go on record? Not support. We record the Freedom Front, Patriotic Alliance and the ANC is abstaining. The item carries with a majority vote. We move. Can Councillor Kutsia please come back to the chambers? Item E57 before we go into committee. Tisha, wil jy nie vir my raadsit Kutsia net? Jammer vir die onderbreking. Councillor Kutsia is then back in the chambers. Item E57, progress report, garden walk, mall development contribution by the Moorman Group. The recommendations 1 to 3. Can I ask for a proposal, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker. As a ward councillor, I'm very glad to propose this item, and I only can see very good things happen in our town with this garden walk mall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ward Councillor proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erika. Putting it out for questions, comments, clarity. Councillor Mkonto, you may proceed.
Clarity, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Yes, I just want to know the taxi industry. People who are using taxi will be allowed to park there.
Question of clarity, MM, Mr. Venter, Director Venter, you're able to assist.
Thank you, Speaker. In terms of making parking facilities available for public transport in malls and similar related developments, yes, it is accommodated, but not for parking purposes long time. It's usually for pick-up purposes and drop-off purposes. I can't confirm on this one where exactly and how and so on. I don't have the plans in front of me.
Indeed, thank you very much for that clarity. Councillor De Bula.
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this response. But through Speaker, you need to check for in future for the taxi rank for that mall, so that if the people who was stay this ward is far there and then maybe is working there, so that you know where they get for the taxi. Understand, Director? Because now we're already here now, but for info, just you check another piece of land for the taxi rank there.
Thank you very much. It's noted. No objections. Councillor Mkonto.
We can't object, Madam Speaker. This is the opportunity for employment. Madam Speaker, and when we are saying that this is an opportunity for employment, we also have a public. The people that will go into work there are public. When I was raising this question, there was a big no there. Except the director, there was some, I don't know, as a deputy director was responding no. It's worrying, Madam Speaker, when there's these developers, when they came to developer in this town, and they only they only take care of those who are rich, but they are not taking care those who are in the middle class and those who are poor will be working there and using the public servant. I remember when there was a Kanazika, the Langaberg Mall, we also raised that issue. I was not even a councillor at that time. We raised to that when these developers, when they do developers in the name of this city, not for particular community, for the whole Nazika Mossel people. So we raised to the former mayor, that was the former mayor here. Then they came with that options in Langaberg Mall as the community members. So I will request to the town planners and especially to the directors, when they are sitting with these developers, they must also take care of the poor people, because they're saying that they will just drop people and go. When they drop people and go, what will be happening when someone just need to go without the knocking off time or and the time that they are coming in? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkuntu. Director Venter is noting that your input has also been recorded as such, and it will then be also investigated. Is there any objection? Agreed to, the item carries. We are then at the end of the open council meeting. I would like to thank the members of the public in the gallery for being present in the council chambers, and also those who have been joining us online, in particularly our South Cape College class. I hope that this morning you were able to understand and also have a bit of more knowledge of what the business of council is. You will now be excused as council will move into in committee with council members only. I thank you.